Good afternoon. The time is 5:35, and I'd like to call the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, we may. Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Joyce Ruff. The roll reflects that all members are present.
All right, may we have approval of the agenda?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion passes, or the agenda passes. Next item we have is the approval of the minutes. May I have a motion for that?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries. The next item we have is item 2A, our financial reports for September 2021.
Good evening. So September, we start seeing a little bit more activity as school starts up. Our general fund received $9 million approximately in equalization aid. And as far as the expenses, that included our initial payroll for teachers as those contracts started up again, and our HSA payments. Also in debt service, that included some September payments. We make payments twice a year, once in March and once in September. Our budget is now live in the system, but it was not yet live at the time that I was preparing these reports early next week, so you don't see those numbers in these columns yet. As far as the revenues without grants, you see the equalization aid again for September, and our payment is a little lower than what we received this time last year. For expenses without grants, we're trending similarly as to how we were in August. Variances, again, are mostly due to in-person learning this year. And the other item of note is that our unemployment claims are trending lower so far this year. Our revenue for grants, again, we don't typically make claims until after September 30th. So you'll start to see those in next month's presentation. But we did have one little claim, $255 for financial literacy. And then finally, the grant expenses, we are trending about the same as August. And again, the variances are mostly due to the in-person learning format this year. Any questions?
Is there any questions?
No questions.
All right. So there's a recommended action to move to recommend approval of the September 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education. Can I have a motion?
I move that we recommend the approval of the September 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education.
May we get a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion passes. The next one, or next agenda item we have is item 3A. So the priorities for 2022 to 2023.
So as promised from our budget hearing, we wanted to kick off this budget cycle and this first business committee meeting after that adoption of the budget with opening discussion around what are the budget priorities that we should be considering, or I should say we should be bringing to the board for consideration as the budget priorities. Once that list has been established and agreed upon by the full board, that will lead Ms. Armstrong and myself and the budget work group on a path to building the 22-23 budget with those priorities in mind. So this is open dialogue conversation. I had a little problem with my computer, so once we get that list up, I will start to capture that and screen share so we can type that list up. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Armstrong just to kind of give a little bit more context as to when we talk about budget priorities, giving us some specific examples of what kinds of ideas we want to capture.
Thank you. And I've got my paper here. I'm just going to start writing the notes. As we talked about the budget and unfortunately the shortfalls that we're experiencing right now, identifying those key areas that we need to focus, as Dr. Keyser said, is vital for the planning and forecasting model that we'll be using with Baird. And so, as we talked about we've got to look at are the priorities of the district to keep our classroom sizes and staffing levels the same? Are we still offering all of the same initiatives that we have? Are we focusing on our buildings? Where kind of some of those that you heard the BEA come and ask about longevity pay and other considerations. We continue to look at, and I want to keep the ESSER funds conversation completely separate as we're looking at operational costs and what we need to be looking at for that aspect. And so really kind of understanding where the board's priority is wanting to be focused on staffing, on buildings, on our technology infrastructure, all aspects of where we need to maintain, what the board's perception is. So with that, I will open the dialogue.
All right. I will let the other committee members say their priorities first.
Well, I think that I'll start. One of the things that I'm concerned about as we set the priorities, that there's lots of things that are at play. And in building the next budget for the 22-23 school year, now these might be thoughts that people are like, oh yeah, that's a real idea. But I just want to kind of put some things out there as a framework and understanding. Currently, we have 7 board members, which we did not have before. And as we go through this process of setting priorities, and we're going to do our strategic planning, and some of those things are going to happen. But the current board as it's composed has 3 members that were appointed, and then there's an election in April. So the reality is all the planning that we may do today until April, a reality is that we could have 4 people change seats. Mm-hmm. Okay? So then all the planning it doesn't mean that the planning right now is not important, but I think that we have to have a context and understanding that currently compose our 7 board members will begin to list priorities, but then we're going to get to a moment in April where things could stay the same or things could be different, and then that whole process again of 7 board members coming to understanding in April until we get to September, October, where the board will actually be built, where that budget will actually be built, and we have to, as a board, decide what those priorities are. I think that, as a social studies teacher that I used to be, explaining to people the legislative process and even watching what is happening at the national level, that there's a political majority on one side and they're trying to get some things done, but it takes them voting and getting to that place. For me, when I think about some of the work, like I said, I gave that first context of the changing political situation in terms of who is on the board and who's not on the board, because priorities will be determined by those people. Secondly, when I think about the Baird planning and forecast model, one of the things that I'm looking for, let's say if we identified 10 things that these things need to go into our budget. My understanding of the tool and one of the things is that I would be looking for us to have different priorities that have an actual dollar sign to them. So that if we say, including longevity, as the BEA has described it, I want that to have a dollar sign to it so that when it comes in and out of the budget, we see the impact of doing that.
And that's exactly what it will provide. And,
Right.
and I appreciate the context as well on the changing board. My only, I guess, comment to that is we don't want to stop planning. And
Right.
if we're making decisions that are sound and rational, I would hope they will stand the test of the change and be supportive. And
Right, and the reason I brought them up, because as I sit here, I'm in the first year of a 3-year term.
Right.
And the reality is that these are elected offices, and with a 4-person swing, we might establish a certain set of priorities between today and April, and then after April, with a 4-person swing, those priorities could all get changed.
Yep.
So we also need those at work to be nimble and flexible to respond to what the will of the board is at that time as we actually get to the finish line, which is setting those priorities at that time. Because we're a long way from the time when those priorities will actually be set. And other things will fall into place, solid numbers that'll help us understand that.
Yep.
But that is a reality that we cannot just assume.
Right.
Okay.
No, and that's the nice part about the Baird financial model for the forecasting is we can build out as many scenarios as we want to, and I don't have to overwrite them.
Right.
So I can save each scenario and say, this is what the dollars amount equal here.
Right.
And here's another scenario. So as those priorities change, we can really look at what impact that has overall
Right.
and what we can maneuver within those priorities.
And I mentioned the current political situation to create the example in the space of when we say we're building the 2022 budget and the 22-23 budget, this is what's in this scenario, and this is what's not in the scenario. This is what's in this scenario and what is not in the scenario. Just like, we had made the choice last week about which budget to pass.
Yep.
Is it the one that leaves us 12.24, 12.76, or the one that's going to leave us at 14, but we're still in the hole either way. So I think that we have to have that clarity about what we're actually looking at so we can make those different decisions.
Yep.
But then, like I said, as we get to a space, I think what'll be helpful is, like if it's the BEA's proposal of longevity pay, what does that look like? And so we need to understand when you put these 6 things together that you guys say you want, it's going to look like this, or it's going to look like this when you only put 4 of these things in. Or if you put these 2 things in, like that's the part that I think that plug and play for people to be able to, at some point in time, we'll list all of our priorities, but that plug and play for people to understand this is what that does, this is where that puts us at, will be important because, like I said, just watching what is happening nationally, it started out with numbers. But then it gotten down to people are saying, okay, what's really there and how things are going to cost. And when I think about the tasks that will be going on, and because people lose things from November 2nd all the way to when we get to next October, it's like different lifetimes for people that don't follow these things all the way through.
Yep.
So I just think that those parts are important, that things are priced out with a dollar sign. Like I said, if we establish that, hey, we want to make sure Beloit is going to be known as the music city, and we're going to do that by staffing appropriate level of FTEs of music teachers in all buildings. Like that would need a dollar sign, and we'd have to understand that commitment will cost us this or that. And so that's just kind of the one that I'm not really list a straight priority yet, but that framework of how we're going to have this discussion is what's important to me.
Yeah. you can't see me under this mask,
Right.
but I'm really smiling
Right.
because
Yeah, right.
you're speaking my language, and that's what this forecast model will do, is it will put dollars to it, and, I will be able to give you a legend to say, okay, this is what's in scenario A, and this is what's in scenario B, so that you can make those decisions. And it was very last minute in this last budget cycle, and that's what I want to get away from and why we're having this. I can't tell you the dollars to attach to it right now, but give me a couple parameters to start building with, and we can start playing with the model.
Right, things will get costed out and
Yep.
we can see them. Yep. I'm good for right now.
Board Member Ruff, do you have anything that you want to add for priorities and for them to start working with?
No, you got it.
So, only thing I'll add on to the great discussion that has been had in terms of that is also, by the time the spring elections come about, certain things will have to have been decided, and in part, we come out of winter break with high school students selecting their courses for the 22-23 school year, which begins that scheduling and staffing cycle. So knowing some of those pieces along the way will be decisions that will be made, and having those priorities with the dollar signs up front will be able to say, okay, so if we want to do X, it's going to have this dollar sign. But if we want Y, here are the action steps that are going to be needed to be taken to get to Y. So it works in both parameters. So not only can we take priorities and put dollar signs around it, but if there are certain budgetary parameters that we don't want to exceed, we can come back to the board and say, in order for that budgetary action to be established, here are some tangible things that will have to be done within our organization to achieve those. So it works in both directions. Actions lead to dollars. Dollars will also lead to actions.
Yep, and just to reiterate, to really focus on that point that Dr. Keyser made, is the staffing and the scheduling, is looking at what those priorities are in January time, because we have typically been in an end of the cycle hiring process where we're looking at recruiting later in the season, and we want to get ahead of that and know where we are. So, we're asking for retirement notifications earlier. We're asking for staff commitments of return earlier, trying to get to that priority of knowing what we have for staff-wise so that we can make informed decisions when we have to go out and look for recruitment efforts. Sorry.
Go to the chat. Show her how to drop a question. All right, so I think Ms. Ruff Board Member Ruff has a question.
She's going to practice dropping the question mark in the chat, so see.
Sounds like a good plan.
Raise your hand there. Or chat.
Thank you, I'm learning. I just had a question. Something stayed on my mind from information we received at a past board meeting, the previous board meeting, and I just have a question. One of the students asked why we purchased new computers. And the thoughts that came to my mind were, number one, why did we purchase new computers if the other ones were still good? And number two, did we budget the amount for those new computers in the future budget so that it wouldn't cause a deficit at that time? Do you understand my question?
Yes, I
Okay.
absolutely do. It's the planning component that I think you're asking about for future when we have to replace them again. The comments that the students made during that budget about the purchase of new Chromebooks and technology for staff. That was a decision that was made last year and funded out of last year, which of course those funds came out of our ESSER funds that were allocated for that. And the majority of the district technology was 7 years old. And we had iPads that no longer held charges, that we couldn't have students be using it during the pandemic, that they couldn't have access, they couldn't be mobile in their access because our technology was well past its prime. We are on a schedule of replacing technology or refreshing it every 5 years. Unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, we were already scheduled to do a transition to Chromebooks from iPads, but March hit and we were not able to bring that forward to the board for the approval to do that action. So when the ESSER funds came up, we went ahead and used those to refresh our staff and our student devices that were already aligned with our curriculum adoptions that we were doing, and making sure that the Chromebooks would be available and utilized for our services. So although some of the iPads had been replaced in stages because we had devices that just couldn't be used anymore, so the high school did have some newer iPads, which we sold back to Apple and to Diamond Assets, so we got some revenue coming back from that newer technology, and we're reusing iPads that were the most current with some of our classrooms. A lot of our classrooms with students with disabilities, their adaptive software requires the iPads, so they have kept the new iPads that we received. So I do kind of push back a little bit that our technology was not at all in a place where we could have it district-wide not be replaced. It was, and our staff computers were almost going into their 8th year. So the MacBooks were dying and we needed to replace those. As far as planning, that is part of this process with doing these priorities, is I want to make sure that we are putting those future expenses that we had one-time allocations for, that we use the ESSER funds, that we are maintaining that in our fund balance as future planning. That's the only mechanism we have to do a savings, is being able to communicate that out, that we are going to physically budget, you know, X dollars every year to go to increase our fund balance to pay for those expenses in 5 years when we need to refresh those devices again.
Thank you.
Okay.
They have reached that level, and that in the end, when they get there, because that's what we're expecting, that they will get there, that we have a plan for that in our budget. Also thinking about our dramatic productions, that they have attention to, and some needs that they might have. And then the last thing that I'll add, and I'll be done for today, is another, like I said, it's kind of in line with our longevity, our compensation study for all employees. It's just an alternative longevity proposal, meaning that as we examine what the BA has put forward, that'll get costed out. But just because that is how that employee group said they would like that to be done, doesn't mean it can be done that way. And there can be another alternative when we look at our full compensation, which includes benefits and cash salary, that if that is something that we determine, it could, you know, everybody's not going to get everything they want. But as we're looking, we might need to say, we can't do it like this, but it can be done like this. And so I just kind of, that's just something to think about. That's all I got right now.
Thank you. I will start looking through these, understanding that the compensation study isn't going to be complete, so I won't be able to tie numbers to that directly. But a lot of these, I can start costing that side relatively quickly for just the context. And
Some of them have been reoccurring costs for us, kind of.
Yep.
We've got years of taking care of those things.
Yep.
All right. Ms. Ruff, do you have anything that you would like to add to that?
No, I do not at this time.
Board Member Snyder, do you have anything that you would like to add?
I do, just a few other things. As we look at support for students, we're really struggling this year when we start looking at student needs, student behaviors, mental health issues, student support. Then I think we need to continue to look at how do we better support our students in the future. And I know we talked about essentially Ellington, but I know the theater also goes to, I believe, Scotland every year for a competition. So that we should include that also as something that we do. With staffing, I know we've talked about longevity pay, but also to maintain the staffing levels at an appropriate level, especially with smaller class sizes in the elementary schools, which may be looking at that staffing level a little differently. But also as we look at and attempt to do diversity in hiring, that we need to budget for new ways of recruiting that may include, somebody going to the historically black colleges to recruit there, and to do some of those things more in person, which would be an added cost to do that. One thing that I think we found as students were working from home is that parents don't always have the knowledge to be able to help support their student. So a parent academy or some way that parents can get support to help their students learn while they're at home during evenings or something. It just is a way to look at that, may be a good option. And just again, I like the community groups like you have with looking at the budgeting. I think those are real important to do. And I think that's something maybe that we should be or could be doing from out of each school, is to meeting with their parents and looking at what are the needs that the parents have. What do they see we need in the schools to better support their students? Look at attendance. What are we not providing as a school district that would motivate students to attend school? We're not offering something that they're looking for. What is that? And then use that for future planning. And the same thing goes if we begin looking at behaviors. What are the behaviors that our students are showing outside of the school setting? Because if they're exhibiting those behaviors outside the school, they're probably doing it inside the school or may. And so that would be something to give us a work group to begin finding ways to better support students.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else that anyone would like to add at this time? Oh, go ahead.
I got some more. So, no, just as we've had different conversations, these numbers have kind of come up, but what is, with our declining enrollment, what is right sizing for our district? And just as an example, we've had different conversations of different things, but is that 2 schools and 100 teachers based on the number we have? So just kind of a proposal or a costing out of that to understand what that is. And we may determine that because of the needs that our students have, we need to still be staffed at a certain level or even more to provide for our staff. But I just kind of think that needs to be costed out and understood what that impact is.
Okay.
And then also is it our community fund, community school resource, like Fund 80? Mm-hmm. I'm just going to put, youth sports to support youth sports programming in our community through Fund 80, which is, we've got different partners, and those are some things that happen in other communities. And then also true community education program that happens through that also. And I think I'll stop for tonight. It's just that these things are getting kicked around in the head, so they're coming out.
Feel free to email me. I know they come at strange times.
And if I didn't capture everything or want some clarification, feel free to reach out to me so that I can capture your ideas accurately, so that when we bring this to the full board to add to, edit, and refine, we'll be able to then put these into different scenarios.
And the other thing that I'll add too is like, you can almost like, hey, it's, Halloween's over, so you see everything, the Christmas stuff is going up in stores and people have wish lists. Hey, we're just seeing how much everything costs.
Yep.
But there are some priorities, as we have had conversations in the past, even here, that you have identified about 5 or 6 things before, and none of them are on this list right now. So, so at the next time, or Dan, you can add things Joanne has told us in the past were priorities. I know there's about 5 or 6 things that may or may not have come up, but get those in and
Yep.
cost it out too.
Yeah, I will add a few things to share for thoughts as well. So
Right.
Thank you for the opportunity to do that.
All right, is there anything else that anyone would like to add? All right. So some of the things that I would like to say is, well, a couple of questions I have, and Sean actually just brought it up, is for you guys, we want to be a team, right? So what are some of the priorities that you guys would want? Because then, I think that that's fair to put on this list because, again, we need to have a give or take and work together instead of it just being one-sided.
I appreciate that. So I would like to take some time, go through my notes. I've talked about a lot of things, and right now I will tell you my mind is just going with all of these ones. That's what my focus is right this second, and I know some of them cross into the ideas that I have provided before. So I'm not quite at that point. I wanted to get your ideas tonight so that we can start looking at kind of grouping them together and seeing where those high points are and kind of just get some rough estimates. I am actually going to look at our forecast model next Friday. So hopefully we will be able to start playing a little more with it after that time. So.
All right, because the one way I look at it is that you and Dan are working closely together, and I know that Dan's probably kind of like building a plan on what he wants to do with the future and move the district ahead, and I want to make sure that there's some room in there for you to make sure that you're getting the things that you need to make sure that you're moving our district in the direction that you are planning to move it in, because, there's no reason for us to slow you down that way. But one thing I do want to say is a main priority that has already been brought up that I would like is I want to make sure that we're providing our students the best opportunities. So with that being said, I do want to keep the class sizes as small as we possibly can to a reasonable standard. Because the way I see it is that this gives the teachers an opportunity to work closer to the kids, building those relationships, and allowing to actually provide that little unique teaching that each kid might need. It also allows that teacher to have a little bit more of a manageable class size. Instead of having 30 kids in a classroom, it's a lot easier to handle 20 kids. So it just makes it a little bit better. And I think about when I was in school, when you have those 30 kids in a classroom, it gets chaotic. It's a mess, and it's hard for the teacher, and you can see it. So I think by keeping those class sizes as small as we possibly can, that would dramatically impact our kids in a positive way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll definitely add to the lists as we move forward. And I agree with Ms. Armstrong that once we get a complete comprehensive list with all voices from the board, then we will probably most likely put these into different subcategories so that then when we present it, we can do it in terms of, okay, here are all the ones that affect overall budget. Balanced budget versus a budget that keeps staffing levels at certain thresholds. Supports versus supports within the school versus supports that partner with communities, and so on and so forth. So that way we can put these all together. Compensation and benefits with longevity. So that's how I initially am coming to this list. But once we get that complete list, then we'll be able to present the board with some options to have discussions on, which will then lead to ultimately a direction and in some cases actions that the board will need to take up in terms of whether or not we go in, and I'm just going to use a driving analogy, if we're going to turn right or are we going to turn left, and then we'll make our next decision point at the next intersection.
All right. And if you're okay with it, when I give my board report tonight, I'll ask the board members to take a minute or two and kind of like, or later on down the line, just take a couple minutes and start thinking of maybe like write down their top 5 so that, and then email them to you guys if you would like, or to Megan, and then she can pass them along, just so that at least we can keep this ball rolling, because this is something that's going to be pretty big in our future.
That sounds good, because then our next conversation we can have with the full board, we can have a 90% complete comprehensive list and then go refine from there.
All right. All right, is there anything else anyone would like to add to this at this time? All right. So hearing none, there's no other actions that we need to take related to this. So we will continue on. And I would like to thank you guys for bringing this to us tonight. I want to make sure that we are constantly forward thinking and trying to do what we can for our district. All right, so moving on, we're going to get to our action items tonight. So item 4A, this is our BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture upgrade.
So as part of our protocols that we've adopted going into this new committee structure, we're presenting these action items tonight. And because of the structure of November, December with winter break in there, these will actually be coming back on November 30th. And with the exception of item C, which is an ad hoc committee approval, so that the board will have an opportunity to hear about this, ask any questions they want, and then on November 30th, they'll come back to the committee for approval, and then if approved at committee, it'll go on to the consent agenda that evening with the full board.
Okay, so unfortunately, Dawn is at a food service conference and her internet and computer have died, so she was unable to join us. So I have her notes. What the district had done, part of our excess fund balance in Fund 50 that we identified early in the year, was to finish the last intermediate school with new furniture, which would be McNeil. And this will include the same furniture look and feel that the other intermediate schools have now received, which includes high-top tables, stools, booths with benches, new trash receptacles, and a tray return. Now, Dawn was able to work with Principal Hendricks Nora, and she chose fabrics and all the furnishings that she felt would work best in her school with her students. And I think it will look amazing when they're done. If anybody's been to McNeil, they have a very awkwardly shaped cafeteria area in a tiered system. So finding the right furniture to fit in there and maximize student space was important to them. Now, the Beloit Memorial High School furniture upgrade is to take out some of the existing seating that they have to accommodate a closed campus and 600 students in their 3 lunch periods. So this would include some high-top tables for them, bench seating and conversation areas, and booths with benches. It would accommodate all 600 students nicely, open out the layout so that it wouldn't be quite as congested and packed in areas, which we think will also help with behaviors and lunchtime. And Ms. Pels, again, was also afforded the ability to check fabrics and furnishings for the students there. So both of these projects would be funded, as I said, at a Fund 50. And Office Concepts actually came in as the lowest bid. You will see the removal of T5 and T6 from their bid. And that is a custom table that we are actually going to have made separately. It's a longer table that will have charging ports in it and everything so that our students can charge their phones or, plug in their Chromebooks, whatever they need during that time. We are able to get that custom made cheaper than the $29,000 and the $33,000 that was quoted. So we have removed that from the bid document. So at this point, we are asking for the board to consider and the committee to consider the bid award to Office Concepts. We do have about an 18-week lead time on getting the furniture, and this needs to be in place before June 30th of 2022. That's why we are bringing it as soon as we possibly could to the committee. Are there any questions?
Is there any questions from the committee? All right, I don't have any questions at this time either. I do see that there is a recommended action. So it says move to recommend approval of to award Office Concepts bid for BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture in the amount of $287,211.96. So can I get a motion?
I move that we recommend approval to award Office Concepts the bid for the BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture in the amount of $287,211.96.
May we get a second? Oh, good. Oh, so all those in favor? There's a second.
So I'm just going to ask quick clarification. Do we want to vote on this and move it forward, or do we want to bring this back in on November 30th, approve it, and then bring it to the full board? You can approve, if you approve it tonight, it won't make it until the next full board meeting, which will actually be on the 16th.
Trying to remember. So we do have the policy, right, where it has.
Practice, not policy.
Okay. Also, if you guys want to continue with it, we can just move it along so that this furniture can get purchased, because as you said, there is a layover right now for it. So, are you guys comfortable with continuing then?
Well, the issue, there's a couple different things. I think that, as a board, this is one of those things that, as we're explaining to our new board members, some things that we brought up, and I forgot about this one last night. So as we're working on things in committee, one thing that would happen is if we approve this tonight, the way things were working in the past, it would show up on the agenda of the business meeting tonight. But the other board members had not had an opportunity to see it.
like, we've got a lot of people here tonight, but usually when we have our committee meetings, it might be only the 3 people that are in the committee. And so then at the next meeting, which would be later this evening, all 7 board members will be looking at something, but 4 people were not at the meeting, and they're being asked to make a decision on a $287,000 purchase. So kind of what we set up in our norms, or how we would begin to move, is that some of the things that come up in the things that come up in the action items, when the administration brings them forward, as a committee, we may make a decision. And then later this evening, Spencer will give a report of things that happened in the committee, and that would alert board members to like go back and watch the video to see the things that they approve. So when it comes across again in the next committee meeting, that it can move out of the committee and go to the full board, and all board members are aware. You're not being asked to make a decision about $287,000 in one night when you haven't had a chance to read or even understand what you're voting on. Even though I know that, like, in our current reality, fulfillment of orders is an issue in the supply chain, I do think that we should stay with our regular process, since that is our process. And as Dr. Kieser pointed out, because we are working in that manner of that understanding of what we're doing. And I would assume that because we're in that process, this is just for clarification, that if it happened in that regular order, things will still be fine, correct? Okay. Yeah, so I would say let's continue in our regular order. And if we want to change that, we've got a governance meeting coming up at some point in time, and that'll be something that we talk about. But those are another example of our board norms and things that we've developed to make sure that we all can work together to get things done. So I wouldn't want to change that now.
All right. So the way I'm taking it is then we have to vote this down and then have it brought back later on, correct? Or like,
It would be voted down, and then it'd come back on the 30th for the vote.
okay. So we'll vote it.
Unless the person,
I'll remove the room. I'll rescind the motion.
All right. So
then you
then,
don't need to.
all right. So the motion has been rescinded. So are we just kind of
Yep.
move on? All right. So this item will come back then to us on the November 30th meeting. Then we'll continue on, move on to our next item, which is 4B, which is the 2021-2022 Fund 60 Student Activity Groups approval.
Okay, these are the proposed student-led organizations for this school year. Every year at this time, the board authorizes the Fund 60 activities per board policy. Most of these are existing clubs. We do have, I think, 3 new clubs this year, the class of 2025, the Leo Club, and the Sports Medicine Club. Any questions?
Is there any questions?
Yeah, so looking, I saw there's clubs for McNeil. Are there not clubs for the other intermediate schools?
Excellent question. We are trying to align our student activities with the DPI regulations. Most of the lower grade levels, the activities aren't really considered student-led, so we are trying to move those. That's why you see some of the other schools no longer have activities listed.
Right, so Fruzen has a National Junior Honor Society. Why is Fruzen not represented in this list?
It's either not active currently or is not truly student-led.
So the only issue that I would have as I'm looking at this is that just about the equity and whatever is happening, if programmatic consistency, depending on, I understand the clubs that exist are student-led at the high school level, and this might not be directly a financial question, but this would be a question of the administration to the other 3 principals or leaders at that building. if McNeil has an MEO, a National Junior Honor Society, and a student council that are student-led, then how come Cunningham, Fruzen, and Aldridge do not also? That's just consistency of what I would expect the programming to be, no matter what, where the students are at. And I understand the other clubs as they're composed, but that is a question for me.
Can we
Can
clarify?
can I just jump in?
Yep.
So is it, and this is a learning opportunity for myself, so is it the expectation that if a school offers a club, then it must be offered in all sites?
I think for me, as I'm looking at, I understand student activity groups and accounts and funds, but what I'm saying is like, because I'm a parent, I know there's a National Junior Honor Society at Fruzen because I know a kid that's in it.
Okay.
And so to understand that at our district level, you know, these are student activity groups and funds that we have just approved, but I know there are some similar corresponding things in other schools. That's not a systematic approach to me if we've got 4 intermediate schools and this is only there, and I know these things exist in those other schools too. That's the part that I'm looking for, a systematic approach. Not that every club that is at Fruzen has to be at Aldridge. I mean, if there's a Star Wars club at Fruzen, there just might not be kids who like Star Wars the way I do at Cunningham. So, you know, but that's not on the list.
If I was at Cunningham, we would have a Star Wars.
Right.
club.
These things that are on the list are things that I know
Can
exist.
can I absolutely clarify on this?
Right.
The requirements for the board to approve student activity groups, this is solely not to authorize the club. It is to act as the fiduciary for student funds. And so to be identified as a student activity in Fund 60, that requires that students make all decisions regarding how they fundraise and what they spend their money on. In most cases, the advisors of those clubs are doing some assisting with that decision-making. All of these clubs, like National Honor Society, exist at every one of our schools, as far as intermediate and high school. So we do have those, but their funds are being moved by DPI regulations to Fund 21, which is usually used for your donations and things of that nature. When they do fundraising, they are making deposits into that Fund 21 that we report every year, and those funds roll over every year. But that is because the students are not signing off on every single purchase. They are involved in the process. But this requirement is solely because we are acting, the board is approving us to be fiduciaries of their funds that are student belong. So every time they want to check or any payment out of the student activity funds, a student has to sign off on that receipt and on the purpose of those funds. As most schools have recognized, high school students definitely have the ability to do that and kind of make those decisions. Elementary schools and intermediate schools more are making those decisions based on guidance and advisors that are helping them make that decision. So this list is not, I don't want it to be confused as these are the only student activities that we have in our schools or that we're leaving someone out. McNeil has identified that those schools, those students are actually making those decisions, and that's why they're on this list versus other schools are not.
Right, so here's another thing that'll come up. Because like, I know there's, like you said, these, I'll just take these 3 for example. Are there addendums or other contracts that we pay to the advisors for serving in their roles?
Yes, they would all be listed on the matrix for the extracurriculars.
Okay. And so this is, you know, I was a student who presented at the school board in '94 when I was 17. And I am a student who participated in the school district of Beloit in clubs and organizations. And I understand what we're saying about like what student decision-making might be like at the intermediate level. But it's still, for me, this is the financial part. but it's bringing to me still an alignment issue of programmatic quality, because I know we have advisors that are doing that, and whether it's Fund 60 or Fund 21, students beginning to make decisions like this is what leads to citizens making budget priority decisions. So to me, even as a parent, as a citizen, as a taxpayer, I'm understanding the differences that you're explaining. I can approve what's here because that's what's here. Now I better understand why those other things are not here, and I'll address that with Dr. Kieser in a different way. But that's what this discovery process has brought to me, because I do think it's important that we begin to develop our students as leaders at that time. But I understand the issue now. Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? All right, hearing none. So for us, just to make sure that there's no confusion, at least on my part, what are you asking us to do right now? Are you asking us to do the recommended action, or is there something else that you would want us to do?
No, the recommended action to move it to the full board is fine.
Okay. So at this time, I'm looking for a motion to move to recommend approval of the student activities groups for the 2021-2022 school year as presented.
Okay. So I move that we approve the student activity groups for the 2021-22 school year as presented.
All right, do we have a second?
I second.
And we have a second. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Well, before, this is not going tonight, is it? Because, so I'm going to rescind the motion, because it's not going, is it?
On the consent agenda because there's no financial attachment to it.
Okay, all right. All right, but there's no financial,
Okay.
so it's just,
It's the same as the financial reports.
gotcha,
Those always go the same night.
all right. Okay, I'm ready for the vote.
All right, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion passes. All right, the last action item we have for tonight is item 4C, which is appointment of the members for our ad hoc committee.
All right. So, following policy 950 and 950 Rule 1, we had a request to the Board of Education to have an ad hoc committee created for consideration of naming of the Beloit Memorial High School Art Wing for Bob Hulk. We heard public comment on that. We also had the board ask that this be forwarded to the committee. So soliciting representatives to form an ad hoc committee, I've listed names that have been solicited and have been accepted to be forwarded to the committee. At this point, the recommendation is for this committee to form that ad hoc committee. The process would follow as such. If the board approves these individuals to form the ad hoc committee, their charge would be to meet, elect a chair, discuss the recommendation, forward that recommendation to this committee. This committee would then deliberate and decide whether or not to accept the recommendation. And if they accept the recommendation, then move that recommendation to the full board for consideration. So it is a multi-step process. All that's being asked for tonight is for consideration of the individuals that are listed. And I apologize because my screen went dark. The names are listed. We have 2 community members. We have 2 art teachers who are one who is also the art department chair at the high school. We have 2 individuals that are that work directly with all our teachers, and we have an administrator that is not from the building. So if the board will, if the committee will have any questions, I will entertain those. We can always elect to add additional people to the committee while the committee is meeting, but this would be enough for that committee to be formed and start the process.
All right, is there any questions at this time about this ad hoc committee? All right, go ahead, Board Member Levy.
So it's more like a statement, and this is not to disparage Mr. Houck in any way. I know that we've done this most recently a couple times, and we were just following the policy that has been established. In just some of the things that have come up about the procedure, I'm fine with following our district procedure. I think that we are living in a time where things named after people are becoming somewhat problematic because everyone doesn't have the same opinion of a person. That being said, I'm fine with the committee because we're following the procedure that has been used, but I think that that's something to kind of be thought about or brought to public attention, and we'll follow the procedure as it goes. But that is, and especially the nature of our community, with the, we have more than one high school, but the identity, the thought and the reality is like, we're all Purple Knights, and everyone has served at some point, somewhere, sometime. And so who gets what, it's a little bit different in a, like a one school family. So it's just a thought, because there are different opinions about different things. Just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? All right, hearing none. We do have recommended action, and I believe it is on tonight's agenda for the full board.
Not on the full board. It only has to be approved at the committee level.
Okay. All right. So can we get a motion for this?
I move to approve the appointment of the said members to form the ad hoc committee to look at naming the art wing at BMHS in honor of Bob Houck.
All right. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And the motion carries. All right. Our next item is 5A. This is our next meeting date, which will be on Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 at 5:30. All right. Now we are to our adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And the motion carries. We are adjourned.
All right, we will begin the Human Resource Committee meeting in about 5 minutes. Thanks, folks.
trying to like not mess up as bad.
You're doing, oh, stop, you're doing great.
Okay, how are you?
Doing all right.
Huh? No, that's okay. Oh, that's our practice. It wasn't on the agenda.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't come up with the 60 but it does.
Well, anyway.
It makes sense.
It's with the non-financials, so I treated those the same way because it's like the financials, there's no financial.
Right, could we have put those with financials so they would have been together?
They are,
No, they were, the 160 was put in.
oh, yeah, it's just how. Okay, yep.
Because then that would have made more sense because the financials and that would have gone together
Right.
and all the other stuff. I was like, okay,
Yeah, I didn't understand why they were separate.
yeah, me neither.
And the order was like, oh,
Yeah. All right, great.
I got red here. So,
You think that was part of the trip yet? No. I didn't think so.
Because they meet the data and something full-time for Project Search in Janesville. We're based out of Janesville.
Okay.
But the BOE school system actually started the process in 2016 to create Project Search. We just happened to be placed at Mercer County. So the teacher has resigned. So I'm filling in full-time until we can get a teacher. So it's just normally, okay, I don't mind.
The officer over at Mill, right?
Yeah, no, they're.
can I just drag it?
Yes, you can. You run it, right, so.
But I wasn't independent. I was never.
A few more minutes.
You can, like, you can do it in
I know something more.
I know, I could tell like this, your stress was like,
You can do it in
like, you know, her very well. Yeah, so, yeah. I just know that you're normally
I know the process.
I was in the back at 4 minutes, and there were several,
So you like Carl Jones? I love Carl.
Others just sent me.
Yeah, you're getting in this stuff, but you're not getting any money. And I'm like, you're staying in the room, calling on, that's your plan. I'm like, I just keep that up. I'm like looking at the guys, people will get arrested. You take us too far, and then all of a sudden you take it too far. Joyce was a teacher. The guy, she was a teacher, she was on it. Felt that.
So, you know, and that's okay.
No.
Oh, yeah. Because you get thrown into it really quick. Some orientation before they leave.
I'm good. Do you want stuff? Yeah. No problem.
I don't know, the last Learn Equity and People Service meeting, where did we? Because like,
We're just gonna go into HR, and as soon as we're done with that, so we have
I think you did the Academy, Ford NGL,
we talked about the
and
Yep.
stuff like that. I have like 4 drivers.
I wasn't here, but I remember that. Huh?
I feel like that was so long.
Not too fun.
Right. Well, and did you give that update that night? Then you wouldn't have anything new.
Right. We haven't,
Yeah, because you haven't let Nick this one.
what? I just don't know.
All right, good evening, everybody. We are going to gear up here for our Human Resource Committee meeting. We're running a little behind from our previous committee meeting, which was very robust and wonderful. Okay, let me just get in the right spot here. Okay, it is 6:50, and at this time, I'd like to call our Human Resource Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, we may. Okay, Allison Simro,
Present.
Greg Snyder,
Present.
Joyce Ruff, Sean Levy,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Spencer Anderson.
Here.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dooley. At this time, may I please have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. We have motion by Levy, second by Semrau. Any discussion at this time? Hearing none. All of those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 1D, approval of the minutes. At this time, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the October 19th Human Resource Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Levy, second by Anderson. Any discussion about the minutes? Hearing none. All of those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. At this time, we are looking at our employment recommendations. Does anybody at this time wish to go into closed session? Seeing and hearing none, we will look at item 2B, which is the consideration of employment recommendations exhibits A and B. Does anybody have any questions at this time regarding the personnel recommendations exhibits A or B? Board Member Levy?
Thank you. All right. Exhibit A, just for clarification, it's my understanding that Mr. Adama last year had the 1-year grant funded position. So I just want to confirm that this is renewed.
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. All right. Well, that is exciting. I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Gibbons, 37 years. I saw that when reviewing, and I'm sure the district is going to do something. But I just want to send a note of thanks for that extended amount of service. If anyone else has questions on A, that's all I have. But I do have questions for B, but I'll pause.
Does anybody else have any questions for A? Okay, go ahead, please, Board Member Levy.
All right, thank you. The column in the middle says date, and I just want to clarify, is that the start date?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to renew my concern that items are consistently coming before the board well past their introduction date. There are 5 items that started in August. It is now November. There are 7 items that started in September. Again, it is now November. And I'm just going to speak for myself. It's very uncomfortable as a board member to be asked to approve something that started several months prior. So I'm not sure what needs to happen to get these items before the board in a more expeditious manner, but I would be appreciative of that. I was very excited to see that the numbers are matching up when compared to the matrix and the addendum, but I did have a question. For both items at Aldridge, the leadership team member PC for principal's choice, the closest thing I found was grade level leader / school leadership team, but that amount is $1,500.
Yes, on the district addendums, I updated that sheet so that it would have all, how many are issued, like was requested from the board meeting last meeting date. And principal choice, when I went back and reviewed the notes from the matrix meeting, principal choice was a district issued addendum that is $500, and it was two per elementary school and intermediate building. So when they have a principal choice, that has been added, and that was I had not included it earlier, and I apologize for that, but as I was going through and putting how many get assigned per building, I added it to that list, So
just for clarification, I did not see a more current edition of the addendum, which is not set in stone, for this week's meeting. So I went back to October 19th, and so it's my understanding that that is the most current addendum. So for those watching at home, the matrix is set, the addendum is flexible and can change. And I do appreciate you did include how many are issued for PBIS coach and support. But for principal choice, there's nothing that clearly states that principal choice is tied to a certain amount. I just thought that the principal chose who filled that position. And again, my question is, for leadership team member, the closest thing I found on the addendum was grade level leader / school leadership team, and that says $1,500. But these two individuals are slated to receive $500. So there may be something that I'm missing. If you could explain that, that would be helpful.
Okay. It does say principal choice $500, so I want to clarify that is on the district addendum sheet. And these are additional, that the principal at Aldridge wanted to add additional members to his leadership team that were above and beyond what the district sponsors, and they are not necessarily performing all the duties because it's a lesser stipend amount.
Okay, so, and there may be something that I'm missing. I am looking at the addendum that was attached for October 19th. I didn't see one attached for this evening, so that would be the most current. I do not see principal choice on here with $500.
Okay, I don't have my computer with me, but I was positive those were attached. If they, they're not. Dr. Keyser's shaking his head at me. So that is absolutely, as I was explaining, when I went back to put B's numbers on and things, that was one that I had missed not putting on there, so I added it. And I do apologize that that wasn't uploaded on this group. I was positive I had it there, so I understand your misunderstanding, and I will make sure that's rectified.
Well, it doesn't seem like it is a misunderstanding if it's not listed. But just to clarify, anytime I see principal choice, that's a $500 addendum. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, awesome. And then if you could just confirm, because I completely get that PBIS coaches and support, the same with the noon support, don't necessarily come all clustered on one recommendation. So if you could just confirm that the PBIS coach and support amounts don't exceed the financial caps within the distribution limits that you did include on that addendum. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you so much. That is all of my questions.
Thank you very much, Board Member Levy, and thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong. Do other board members have questions on Personnel Rec Exhibits A or B at this time? Seeing and hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion to approve Exhibits A and B?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion by Schneider, second by Anderson, to approve both Exhibits A and B. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously to approve Exhibits A and B for personnel employment recommendations. I believe that takes us to item 3A, our next meeting date. The next Human Resource Committee, which is a committee of the whole, will meet Tuesday, November 16th at 6:30 p.m. Would anybody at this time like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Levy, second by Schneider. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. Why don't we take about a minute just to kind of get ready? Does anybody need a quick break? All right, we're going to take 5 minutes and then we will begin our board business meeting. See you in 5. Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. The time is 7:04, and at this time, I'd like to call our regular board business meeting to order. There we go. Before we get started, just a quick public announcement. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation, and I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. At this time, Ms. Julie, could we please have a roll call?
Yes, we may. Spencer Anderson,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Joyce Ruff,
Present.
Craig Snyder, Allison Simmerl.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dooley.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, that brings us to 1C, the approval of the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda? Or does anybody want to ask a question or make any changes?
I do have just a request, just because we are going to be doing our board retreat it's scheduled for an hour or 120 minutes, that I would like to move our consent agenda and the future meeting dates before that, just so that if people are watching, they at least get some of the information that they would be waiting for.
Any other thoughts on that? We good? All right. At this time, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Schneider, second by Semrau. Any other discussion? Thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. The amended agenda passes, which brings us to item 1D, our Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask our newly sworn-in board member, Ms. Ruff, if she would please lead us in the pledge this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Board Member Ruff. That takes us to item 2A, public comment. At this time, is there anybody either virtually through email or in person who would like to make a public comment?
I have not received any notices so far.
And there are no emails.
Okay, so no public comment. That takes us to item 3A, which is our superintendent board report. Go ahead, Dr. Kieser.
Thank you, Board President Miller. I just want to take a moment of the board's time and the community's time just to address what has been going on last week and this week. As some in the community may know, that there are allegations that are out circulating in the media and in social media around a staff member at one of our schools. And I just want to take a moment to make a statement regarding those allegations that have been reported in the media and on social media. School District of Beloit and the Beloit Police Department have investigated these allegations, and in both investigations, no wrongdoing was found. These allegations stated in the media are untrue. Not only does it sadden me, but it makes me angry, upset, and I'm outraged at the racist hate speech that is coming from unknown individuals and unestablished organizations, many of whom are outside the borders of the state of Wisconsin, being directed to our staff and our district. I and the school district of Beloit have no tolerance for this hate speech, any acts or threats of violence, or threats in general being made to our staff, our students, or this district. We continue to work closely with the Beloit Police Department last week and throughout this week to investigate all information that is coming to us. And again, as a district, we stand together as a community against all forms of hate and racism. And I can't express enough at what impact this has caused not only myself, and you multiply it by 1,000-fold for those at the McNeil School, and to the individuals that are being dragged through what I can't begin to describe, the unimaginable amounts of mud and smear that is happening. So I'll just end it there. We will not stand for this, and we will continue to use all of our resources, both within the district and within the community, to address this head on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keyser. We deeply appreciate your words. Does anybody have any questions or comments before we move on? Thank you. That takes us to our committee and other board reports. Do we have a legislative update this evening?
No, I will save my legislative update for the second meeting of the month, which will happen on the third Tuesday. And with policy, I just had a reminder that we are not meeting tomorrow. We will be meeting on the third Wednesday of the month, which is Wednesday, November 17th.
Perfect. Thank you very much, board member and legislative liaison Levy. That takes us to Business Operations and Finance Committee. Is there an update this evening?
Yes, there is. So today during our committee meeting, we discussed our financial reports for September of 2021. You'll see those on tonight's agenda. And then also, we also talked about the priorities of our school district for the 2022 and 2023 school year. We had a bunch of different topics that came up and we discussed. If you would like, I can actually run through that list real quick, or if Keyser has that list relatively available, he could put it up there. So we talked about doing the BEA longevity proposal, compensation study for all employee groups, the ED of diversity, equity, and inclusion, Rising Knights of HBCU tour, now they're up there for you. I'll actually give everyone just kind of a second to read through them. There's a lot of them that we discussed. But as you're reading through these, I will ask the board members that are here right now, since we are, everyone is present, that if you think of anything that you would love to add to this list of priorities for the school district, please reach out to Dr. Keyser, and he will start adding that to our list, and he will be bringing us kind of different scenarios to the full board. So by giving them a little bit extra time, by actually starting to think ahead now, this should actually help our district move a little bit faster in the coming months. Then we also talked about the BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture upgrade. That will be coming to our board on November 30th. if it passes through the committee right before that meeting. We also talked about the 2021 and 2022 Fund 60 student activity groups approval. That was approved through our committee. And we also formed the ad hoc committee for the renaming of the BMHS art wing. So that group will be forming here shortly. And that is it.
Thank you so much for the update, and thank you for being so proactive and inclusive regarding the budget priorities. Thanks to you, your committee, and to the administration. And then I just had a quick question to clarify. The Fund $50 for the furniture upgrades, those are use it or lose it federal dollars, is that right?
Yes, that is. I believe you gave a certain date. I didn't write it down, but.
I just wanted to clarify because I think in the past there's been some confusion about that fund and what it can be spent on.
Yeah, it is part of our excess fund spend report that we sent to DPI, and they have to be used and received by June 30th, 2022.
And they can only be used on like certain stuff, right?
Yep, they can only be used in cafeterias or for our food service program.
Perfect. Thanks for taking a moment to help us clarify. I appreciate that. Did any other board members have questions for Chair Anderson? Okie dokie. So that takes us to the, thanks again, the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee. Is there an update this evening?
So the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee met on October 19th, and we received an update on the Beloit Memorial High School Academy model, and also a highlight of the grant programs from Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Chair Levy? All right, thank you. That concludes Category 4, Committee and Other Board Reports. Since we amended the agenda, I'm going to jump down to item 6, which is our consent agenda. Typically, there's no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in the normal sequence. Would anybody like to remove any of the items from the consent agenda at this time? Just want to check the chat. All right, great. Seeing and hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, the consent agenda passes, which brings us to item 7A, and then we'll jump back up to item 5A. For future meeting dates, for those of you who want to tune out before we do our amazing board development that's coming up next, the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meets next on November 16th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources meets November 16th at 6:30 p.m. Our next regular board meeting is scheduled for November 16th at 7 p.m. The next board retreat, which will be part of the strategic planning with Battelle for Kids, will be held Saturday, November 20th at a time yet to be determined. Most likely, probably sometime in the morning. We'll see. Policy board meeting next will be held on November 17th at 5:30. Business Operations and Finance Committee meets next November 30th at 5:30 p.m. The next Human Resource Committee after that will be November 30th at 6:30 p.m., followed by the regular board meeting in November 30th at 7 p.m. The next Policy Committee meeting will be held December 1st at 5:30, followed by Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services December 14th at 5:30, which is then followed by the next Human Resource Committee meeting on December 14th at 6:30 p.m., finally concluding with our regular board meeting on December 14th at 7 p.m. Any corrections, questions? Looks good? Okay, great. So at this time, it is my great pleasure to jump us back up to
Sorry.
item 5A. I'm just kidding.
Board
Go ahead.
President Beller,
Yes.
my apologies. I put a question mark in the chat.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Is there a reason we're meeting on the 5th Tuesday? Per policy, we meet on the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays for regular board meetings in HR.
Go ahead.
So because of December, the third week in December is our first week of winter break. We shifted everything up 1 week so that we could still maintain the cadence of having 2 meetings per month, which necessitated the first board meeting in December actually happening on November 30th. We discussed that and put that in the weekly board update about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. All right. So item 5A, I'd like to warmly welcome our board coach / facilitator, Dr. Drew Howick. And at this time, I guess just according to our agenda here, we want to give a brief introduction. And I'll just say that I'm excited because I think it's important for us to set a tone and a culture of self-reflection and continuous improvement at the board level to help promote academic excellence and other excellence, of course, in our district. Dr. Kieser, did you want to say anything?
What I would like to say is I met Mr. Howick as part of the first-year superintendent's academy that is put on by the professional organization WASDA. In having conversations with him throughout last year and in discussions with Board President Miller in preparation for how best do we move forward the work of the board in its board development in alignment with and in support of board norms and the board improvement process and board development. I recommended that we would meet. So Board President Miller and myself met with Mr. Howick, and in that discussion, it was clear that his approach and his goal of capacity building and helping the board discover for itself exactly the pathway that it needs to travel to speak as one voice with 7 independent minds, and then as one group with 8 individuals, the superintendent and the board together. It became very apparent that everything was aligning, and so we engaged his services to come and begin this work. As it just so happens, we were planning on doing this work earlier, and as such, things happen for due purpose and reason that it got postponed until we were back at full strength with 7 board members. So without further ado, I'll kick it over to Board President Miller so that we can move forward.
No, that's great. Actually, just wanted to invite Mr. Howick up. Did you want to get us started? Or I guess we have agendas that were distributed by email, and Dr. Kieser was kind enough to make copies for us. And we're about 5 minutes behind schedule, that looks like. But I guess our objectives this evening are just to become further acquainted with one another and to build an understanding of each board member's expectations of the development process and their assessment of becoming a high-performing board. And then hopefully we'll walk away with a draft of the board's collective commitments, which will support our members' effectiveness in reaching important outcomes, and then to clarify topics and timing for future sessions. So Mr. Howick, would you like to, there's a mic up here or wherever you're comfortable. Oh, he's got you. You've got free reign of the room. So you can just take it away, and we're excited. Thank you.
The first order of business, from my perspective, is we change how we're sitting. Since this is a discussion, I would find it difficult to have this discussion in this way. And I talked to Dan about this. So I'm wondering, I've never been in this room before, and cameras, etc., if we could meet as a group here in whatever form or fashion, but imagine that this is a table, a conference table, and we're going to have a conversation around it. If that works okay with you, why don't we do that transition right now, and then we can start our discussion. I guess, just to.
Oh, we have to be careful of the mics, I think, and then make sure your computers are all muted. See us here, so people at home.
I can certainly try to MC it, but I'll also pass the mic so that we can, as people are speaking, so we don't have to keep handing it
We have to,
around.
so people can see from home. We have to use the mic, you know.
That will pick you up.
Are we able to, there we go. The board member Levy can see.
There you go. Can you see Board Member Levy?
I see most of the backs of your head.
Yes, we have the cameras in the back of the room as well.
Oh, perfect. That's what we can get for. It's part of being vulnerable to help our board development. Okay.
Looking forward, you can see this on top. Spot.
So Dan, where are you gonna sit?
I will sit right over here by Board President Miller.
Okay, great. And then,
And I'll be mobile so that I can capture everyone speaking.
oh, all right, good. And so remote.
Before we get started, if I could ask what would be the best way for me to chime in, what would work best?
Yeah.
She can just jump in.
I think you can jump in. If you raise your hand, we still can see you on the screens on both sides, so it'll pop up.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay. Hi. Nice to meet you. As Dan mentioned, I've had conversations with Megan and Dan. Got to know Dan last year at the WASDA Superintendent's Academy.
He's trying to, he's in the mic. Sorry.
All right.
We'll adapt.
Yeah, this adds a little more challenge to have a discussion, but we'll do it as best as we can. I think Dan at that time inherited a title that was
Interim.
Interim at the time. And so we got to know Dan along with 40 or 50 other new superintendents in the state, because that's how many new superintendents enter the state of Wisconsin every year. And we know that that first year is probably the most critical year for a new superintendent in terms of them being successful. And so a series of speakers come in, talk about HR, finance, community engagement, legal, all those kind of things to help prepare them for that journey.
I'll just flip flop because I think that's, yeah.
And so we got to know each other. And Dan was interested in some of the work that I've been doing with school districts around the state of Wisconsin and working on board development. And he felt that philosophically there was a match, and he talked about a little bit about the history of the school district and its Board of Education, and felt there was an opportunity for development. So I'm looking at Megan and Dan as I say these comments to see if these are accurate. and invite them to say anything else to assist. So we talked about this, and we were ready to go in August, and you had a couple of board members that left. It didn't seem right to get started and then add 2 new board members, and so that's taken place. So I think you have a full slate right here, and this is great. So this is right now the first of a series of discussions that we will have, and we'll start shaping what some of those other discussions might consist of. But as you can see from the agenda, we have a plan, at least for tonight. In addition to some initial discussions on the front end, the key deliverable, as I envision it, is the one that's drafting of a collective commitments. And we'll talk more about that when we get to that point, about what that means and why they're important for groups to function at the highest level possible. So that's where we're going tonight. Okay? So I'd like to start with some introductions. And I know some of you know each other well. Some of you know others really well. But others are new to this. And I'd also like you to get to know me a little bit as well. So I'm going to open it up to some invitations for just introductions. I'd like you to tell your story. Professionally, what's been your journey, your career, personally, whatever you'd like to share. And of course, what brought you to the Board of Education? I mean, wow, that's a huge commitment. Why did you choose to make that commitment? And I'd like to hear everybody's story about that. And the item that's called Get Acquainted activity, that's really something I'm going to put into the collective commitments discussion. So after introductions, we'll then talk about hopes and expectations for the development process, and then we'll roll up our sleeves from there. So I'm thinking a couple minutes each, roughly, maybe more, if the spirit moves you. Who'd like to start by introducing yourself to the rest of us?
I can start, but is somebody like dying to start? All right. Well, I'll start since it's my fault we're doing this partially. No, I'm just kidding. So, hi, everyone. My name is Megan Miller, and this is my 3rd year serving on our school board. I first decided, well, I guess a little bit of background. I moved here to be a teacher, to teach history and English at the high school back in 2010. It was a fabulous decision that I made, and I got to teach at our high school for 5 years. I have 3 daughters, and my career took me some different directions in my journey in becoming a mother. But I am now back teaching again. I'm a reading specialist at Parkview, and I'm very excited to continue my career as a reading specialist. So in the meantime, I'm also very passionate about public education, and I decided a few years ago that I wanted to make sure that there was a strong pro-public education voice on our school board. So I decided to run, and I was elected in April of 2019. So I guess the big thing that has kept me on our board has been just a commitment to stability and focus on children and their best interests. In my own career, I focus on our kids who have the highest needs, and I see how much time and the number of resources and just like a general district commitment is necessary to make things work the way they need to for the kids who need us the most. And I know that that requires good leadership and proper allocation of resources and a very student-centered institution that's well-run to do that. And I know from working in the school district that we have amazing people willing to do that every day. So I just wanted to try to add some value to this institution. So that's, I think, it. Who wants to go next?
Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, no, thanks for listening. I'm going to pass it over. Actually, so just so we don't forget about, do we have a volunteer? Yes. Excellent. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Greg Schneider. My background is 40 years of education in special education, all the way from the classroom teacher through administration and back and forth. You know, I love working with the kids, and after a while, that's kind of, okay, I need to do something else. I would move into a different position, and after a while, I'd miss the students and move back into the classroom. So just bounce back and forth all the way through. Moved back to Wisconsin, and then spent my last 11 years here in the school district of Beloit before retiring in 2018. We've been interested in the board. There was an opening, was it now 3 years ago, that I applied for. I wasn't selected then, but I've been observing and participating in the board meetings ever since. So I ran in the last election, didn't make it, and was appointed at this point, and will continue to run. I think just looking at education a little bit differently can help lead us to a different perspective as to where we need to go. And so I think that's important, and we just need to do things differently. You know, in the ways we keep doing the same things over and over again and expect different results, and that doesn't work. So, and changing things. So I guess that's my background.
You mentioned the last 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do in the district in the 11 years?
I was hired as a program manager out of the central office. The following year was program manager at the high school, then was a supervisor of special education for the district, then went back to the high school as a transition specialist and moved into into co-teaching in English, and did that for a period, then moved back into the special ed classroom, and then finished my career back as a transition specialist. So I moved around quite a bit, depending on what the needs of the district were, and so tried to fill those needs.
Great. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Allison Semra. I am a nurse. I was a nurse at Swedish American, and when I had kids, I started to become a stay-at-home mom. When a position opened up for the board, I applied. It was kind of a last-minute decision. My big thing about coming here and wanting to be a part of this is I just really feel like, as a parent of kids in this district and as somebody who went to these schools myself, I just really want to bring the community together. I don't feel like we have enough parental involvement. I don't feel like we bring it together as much as I'd like it to be. And that's my big goal, and that's why I'm here. I haven't been here very long, so not as much to say. Who wants to go next?
So how long have you been on this board?
I believe this is my second meeting.
Second meeting.
Yeah, throwing me right in there.
Similar to you?
I was appointed the end of September.
Okay.
Anybody volunteers?
Okay. My name is Spencer Anderson. I'm about to hit my second year on the board. And just to my little bit of background, so I was born and raised in Beloit. Like that? This? Okay. So born and raised in Beloit. I actually graduated from Beloit Memorial High School in 2014. I went off to the University of Dubuque for aviation operations, which is just a fancy way of saying a pilot. And then when I graduated there in 2018, came back to the school district, worked as a substitute teacher when I was finishing up my flight instructor rating, and then transitioned to becoming a flight instructor. And now I'm doing that and also working as a skydive pilot. So,
Skydive pilot.
yes. As I jokingly say, I specialize in giving people half an airplane ride.
Goodness, didn't know that specialty. Skydive pilot.
Yep.
Huh. Okay.
But the reason I joined the board is I love our community, and I wanted to find a way to give back to it, and try to take the voices of the people I heard when I was working in the school district, and provide an outlet to them so that their voices will continue to be heard. Because again, I just want to show the people that I do care about our community, and I want the best for our school district and the kids here, so that they have the same opportunities I did.
Great. Thanks, Spencer.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Ruff, and I was approached at the age of 25 by the League of Women Voters, and they asked me to run for school board, and I was successful. I was the first African American elected to the Beloit School Board, but at the same time, I was only 25, so I wasn't as knowledgeable as I wish, as I am today. But I did serve one term, and then after serving on the board, I started teaching for the Beloit School District. And I taught for the Beloit School District for 15 years, and I also taught 15 years in Milwaukee. I came back to Beloit, and I have nieces and nephews and grandchildren who are in the district. And I began to hear some of the issues that were going on in the district, and being more mature and more knowledgeable, I decided, well, I was again approached and asked to run for school board, which I did. No, I was asked to apply for the positions that were they were electing school board members to fill vacant seats. And I did, and I was, what's the word, elected? Appointed, selected to be on the board. And so I just would like to bring a different perspective and a lot of experience, and just help out with issues that the board is facing, the community's facing, issues all over the world that are being faced with the education of our children.
You were a teacher in what topics?
Oh, I'm a English teacher.
English teacher.
Yes.
Okay. And when were you elected to the board recently?
No, I was appointed to the board recently. I was elected and served one term from 80 to 83. And just recently, 2 weeks ago, I was appointed.
2 weeks ago?
Yes, sir. 2 weeks ago, I was appointed to the board due to some vacancies.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Levy, do you want to go, or? We can't hear you. Still not working. We can't hear you. Please speak.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you all hear me? Yes. Oh, thumbs up. Okay, perfect. So I am Amy Levy, class of 1996. I left Beloit and went to Alcorn State University, where I graduated in 2000 with a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry. From there, I traveled to Ohio and attended The Ohio State University and earned a master's in business administration from the Fisher College of Business. I am also a licensed professional educator, licensed in the areas of broad field science, chemistry, and business education. I have worked in corporate America, secondary and post-secondary education, and I now reside in the nonprofit arena. I am proud to serve as the Racial Justice Director for the YWCA Rock County. I was elected to the board in April of 2020, And the reason I ran was simple. We have so much passion and brilliance in our district, from our students, our community members, our staff, professional educators, administrators, et cetera. But we also have several systemic problems in our district. And anyone who knows me knows that I am compassionate and very direct. And I think I bring a fresh perspective that is detail-oriented and committed to addressing issues head-on, both honestly and publicly. So, proud to serve on the board. Proud to be serving out a 3-year term.
Great. Thank you, Amy.
Okay. My name is Sean Levy. I am a 1995 graduate of Beloit Memorial High School. I'm a Purple Knight. I'm originally from Beloit. My grandfather was on the 1941 state basketball championship team. His brothers are all-time, all-star, elite level athletes in the history of Beloit. Their father worked at the Fairbanks Morse diesel engine plant. And so I come from a family that came from Mississippi and settled here in Beloit. I'm a member of the Emmanuel Baptist Church, where I grew up under the leadership of Reverend Dr. Floyd Prude Jr. And in that congregation, we had many educators. And so that was something that I saw. And one of the things that led me to pursue a career in education, I have an undergraduate degree in social science education from Mississippi Valley State University, historically black college university, a master's degree in educational administration from The Ohio State University. I've taught social studies for 7 years in Columbus, Ohio, was an assistant principal for 2 years in Columbus, Ohio. I returned to Beloit in 2006. From 2006 to 2009, I was assistant principal at Beloit Memorial High School, a brief stint as the principal of the alternative high school in Beloit. The last 10 years, I've served as assistant principal at West Tosha Central High School, District of West Tosha. I have been a high school principal in Madison, Wisconsin, Madison East High School. And now I'm the director of multi-tiered system of supports and scheduling at the secondary level. I decided to run for the Board of Education because I've been involved with the board since '94 as a student activist, recognizing that we are a diverse community, but our teaching staff was not diverse, and neither were our administrators. So working with the likes of Booker Street, Hugo Henry, Barb Hickman, and so many of the educators of color in our district. Ms. Brown was one of my English teachers. That is something that we address because as I said, that my grandfather and his father and their brothers, they came here and they were workers. You know, I wear what I call just simple church clothes to school, but they worked a dirty job. Education is too important of an issue in our society and to be able to participate in our democracy for it not to be treated seriously. My personal philosophy is that education is for liberation, because with education we are able to make choices, and our lives can be different. As a black man, I'm 44 years old. Those are things that I take serious. I have 2 children, a 12-year-old son and a 10-year-old daughter. I am married to board member Levy. We don't think the same. We have a legal opinion saying that we can serve on the board together. Some things that people are not used to in our society, our world, our country, even this community, that yes, we are 2 qualified, outstanding individuals of character and conduct and credentials. And we were produced here by the love of our families, our faith in God, and the assistance of educators of all colors. But I do approach this seat with a level of seriousness. I'm also got a director of instruction license, principal license, finishing my superintendent's license. And as a professional educator in the state of Wisconsin and participating in many places with other people, our school board has been a joke to many communities and many professionals because of the destabilization that has happened through the years. Having worked here from 2006 to 2009, I've experienced some of the individuals that have served on the board in the past. And like I said, I've been following these issues since 1994. So it is ridiculous when people tell you we can't find educators of color, because here I am, there my wife is, Ms. Brown is here, and there are others from this community that have been systematically locked out of coming to be here and share their gifts in the place where they are from. And so it's with that actually I was inspired by Board Member Levy's campaign. And it's something that I had talked about in the home for a long time, but then I just decided by her inspiration that this is something that needed to be done because my children are actually in these schools. And if my parents, without the education and training that I and my wife have, could produce me, I need a real assist from this district in doing its job. Having been an employee, there are things that I felt were not right. And as a board member, I think that those things needed to be changed and stabilized so that we actually have a workforce that can be proud and know that they're supporting the job that they're doing. We face a lot of opposition in coming to this board seat. But I am a professional. I'm a person. And I think that the thing that I wanted overall when I decided to run was to help provide some technical competence in these matters, because it's something that our community needed and our board would benefit from. And that's why I'm here.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Yeah. And what about you, Dan?
And what about me? So good evening, Dan Keyser, serving my second year here in the proud school district of Beloit. First year as the permanent superintendent. I came here last year as the interim. I'm in my 24th year of education. Had not chosen education as my initial career path when I graduated from Madison West High School. I had a great 15 minutes with the one and only time I saw my counselor and asked, what do you want to do with your career as a senior? And first time anyone's asked me that question. And I said, I'm not sure. And they're like, well, you're good at math and science. And hey, if you want to make money, engineering's right down the hill at UW-Madison. Why don't you go be an engineer? So I enrolled at UW-Madison, and for 3 years I was going to be an engineering physicist, which now is relabeled aerospace engineering. Woke up one day and said, this is not for me. I don't want to be doing the same math problem for the next 40 years. I had been an avid swimmer because I am not coordinated enough to do much else outside of the water, but I could swim. And taught swim lessons, was a lifeguard, and knew that I enjoyed teaching kids how to navigate the water, feel confident, see their confidence grow, and go from being fearful of something to absolutely enjoying it and thinking like they're flying. So made the switch from engineering to education. Madison wanted to make me start over from scratch, so I put out my applications and credentials to the UW system, and Whitewater gave me the best option. So I transferred to Whitewater into the education program, got my degree in physics and secondary education with a minor in mathematics, met my wife, and so I've been in education ever since then. I did not plan on becoming an administrator. I enjoyed teaching physics and math. I would have done that for 40 years of my life, and I had this side of me that really loves technology and thought, well, maybe I'll get a licensure as a technology integrator. And that was the year that they switched it from a teaching license to an administrator license. So that's how I got into administration. And when I had the opportunity to enroll in a cohort program at UW-Milwaukee, had the opportunity to take all of my classes in the Waukesha area, got to know that area pretty well, and absolutely fell in love with the idea of having a classroom that was the size of a school. And so had the opportunity to move out of the classroom. I did my student teaching at Craig High School in Janesville. After 1 year away from there in Jefferson, I came back when my cooperating teacher retired, was there for 6 years, and an opportunity was opened up to move across town to Parker High School, where I became the assistant principal there. During that time, I was encouraged to continue my education, so I ended up getting my superintendent's license and my doctorate through Edgewood College, and took the leap from there in 2012 to go to central office, and that's where I ended up starting my career in central office, culminating with the opportunity to come back home to Beloit. I've applied to Beloit 3 times before granted an interview. Well, I should say I was interviewed, but before I was granted the opportunity to come here as the interim. And the reason why I came back 3 times to Beloit was because of its diversity. To me, diversity means opportunity. It means multiple thoughts, multiple perspectives, multiple ideas. And if I'm a person who wants the best idea to win out, in order for the best idea to win out, you need to have multiple ideas on the table and have people push, pull. And if it's done well, it seems like people are arguing, but for the people who are involved in it, it actually is not only therapeutic, but it is needed in order for those things to move forward. So I'm excited that I'm on this journey with this board. It is not the same board that hired me as an interim. It's not the same board that hired me as the permanent, but it is the same community. And when you think about public schools, as I've said, public school districts exist because of their community existing. Superintendents may change, school board members may change, but one thing that doesn't change is the community. And as long as we can keep at our core that we are representing the 36,000 individuals that make up the community of Beloit, and they serve to elect 7 board members who speak with one voice, for them to serve the 6,500 students that come through our doors every day, we can't help but succeed. And to Vice President Levy's comments that the perceptions of Beloit, they are real, they are out there, and we focus in on doing what we need to do for our students, and the rest will take care of itself. And that's my belief and why I'm excited to be on this journey.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to say to Mr. Levy, when I was your teacher, I was Mrs. Brown. I am now Mrs. Ruff, and my husband is watching me, so I need to make that correction.
I have gotten older now, and I stood to speak, but my thoughts sat down. So, Miss Ruff, I got you. Right.
No disrespect. Well, actually, that brings up an interesting question. How do you want to refer to each other? First name? Mr., Ms., Doctor? What's your preference here?
We're in the practice of being very formal. Oh, sorry. We're in the practice of being very formal with each other to set a formal tone. I don't know that like this evening that we need to do that. Like, I don't really mind whatever people's comfort levels are, but that's been the practice.
Right, I've observed that in watching.
May I interject?
your board meetings. Yeah, Amy?
I would just note that the practice started sporadically after a board member was verbally attacked. So I'm fine with first names. I think we can drop the formalities for this evening.
I agree with, or I would like to support what my colleague Amy has shared and agree with that. That's fine. Is everybody good with first names?
Well, yes, tonight. I would say like this,
Let me explain. So like, yes, Board Member Levy is correct. That is where spontaneously everything got all formal and nice. But I have taken to the practice of saying Board President Miller. So it's kind of the way that we've been calling people. I'm fine using first names tonight, but does that mean that I have to like change what my language is later? Because sometimes the delineate between Vice President Levy and Board Member Levy is just and President Miller. I mean, so that's it. But I think that, things have gotten lighter.
Well, I'm thinking from a development perspective in a workshop, which is kind of what this is, it just lends itself, I think, to first names.
Absolutely.
And if you want to keep the other language at your board meetings, good. So,
Sounds good.
be okay with that? Okay. Good. So my name is Drew. Just a couple things so you know what's behind this person as we work together. So, born and raised in the Pacific Northwest. Portland is the area that I grew up with. One of two kids of a working class family. Father worked for the federal government and mom was stay at home kind of thing. Did my undergraduate work at the University of Oregon, the University of Oregon.
You got us.
Home of the Fighting Ducks.
Yes.
So I'm a quackerbacker. And studied communication arts is what they called it. And I specialized in group dynamics, group process, theory and practice of group behavior. Loved the work, got my bachelor's, taught high school for 1 year at the high school I graduated from. And I wanted to be a teacher. That's what I knew. So I went to graduate school, ended up in Madison, Wisconsin, and got my master's. I was in a PhD program, but that didn't work. I was a practitioner, not an academic. And again, in communications and group process, group dynamics, which is my profession. And I've been doing that ever since. I plan to get back into teaching at community college, high school, something, but met another man who was interested in putting our skills, he was a social worker, into helping people work together more effectively in groups. So conflict issues and consensus buildings and group process and so on and so forth. So we said, what the heck, let's do it. We put a shingle out and we started doing business as a consulting company. SC Johnson was one of our first clients. We did over 500 projects for them over 20-some years, designing and facilitating leadership competencies and capabilities, helping people communicate more effectively, etc. That went dandy. Loved the work because it was teaching, but it just wasn't in an institution. And then I was introduced to a methodology, community engagement methodology that I really found inspiring. And it turned out there was a school district in the Madison area that Board of Education said, we would like to get our community involved in helping us create a strategic plan. How do we do it? And I had a process. And I introduced the process. They said, great, let's do it. We did it. It was successful. I got jazzed. And I just transitioned over the next 10 years from leadership development in the corporate America to working in public education. And now all my work is in public education, doing board engagement work, community engagement work, and staff engagement work. So that's the playground that I am in. The current executive director is WASDA, was a former client of mine when he was a superintendent in a suburb of Madison. He brought me onto the WASDA staff as a resource, new superintendent's academies, speaking at conventions, all that kind of stuff. And so this is my home, is in public education. I love it. I love working with people who are committed to this mission. And when people are committed to a mission and have that passion for it, then those are the kind of leaders I like to be around. So that's what I've been doing ever since. I've worked with between 50 and 70 school districts, mostly in the state of Wisconsin, over the past 15 or so years in the areas that I've talked about. My wife reminds me that I'm trying to wind down my practice, but my scheduler keeps getting in the way and saying yes, because I just love the work. And I can't fire my scheduler, because I wouldn't be here, right? Married, live in the Madison area. I have 2 adult daughters. One is a nurse in a memory care center, and the other is in human resources in the Denver area, supporting a software company that supports camps. And so that's the personal side of thing. My friends in Portland, Oregon are still perplexed why I don't go back to Portland, because it's a pretty livable city. But that's their issue, not mine. I'm here, and I'm in. So that's my background. Like I said, I got to know Dan through the new Superintendent's Academy. I've worked with a number of boards of educations, many of them in this area, actually. And boards that are committed to continuous improvement, if that's consistent with the philosophy of the district, then that's why boards do this work. I don't work with boards that are necessarily just, quote, dysfunctional. I work with any board who wants to get better. So the good to great moniker is one of those things that I think good boards are always focusing on. And you could be really excellent, but you know there's a gap between being really excellent, and we close those gaps through discussion and building skills and so on. So our journey together starts tonight as part of your desire to be the best board you can be. All sorts of names for it, high performing, and so on. But that's the journey of what we're going to do together. But the specifics of what we do, other than tonight, are part of something that we need to craft together. So I'd like to go to a next question to you, which is to tell me what your hopes and expectations are for a development process, a development journey, to take you to the, quote, next level, whatever that means to you. And I realize that some of you don't have a lot of experience on this current board, but you have probably observed it, heard about it, been on it before and then came back, etc. But I would like to ask if everyone could just give me kind of your take on what your hopes and expectations are as you think about the board development process of taking it to the next level, to become higher performing. What would that mean? What would be some things that you would find value in focusing on in order to get there? And then we can use that data as a way to plot out some of our conversations. So maybe we could reverse order in terms of that, starting with Dan. It's kind of some initial thoughts, and then hear from everybody else.
Okay. So when I think about board and understanding, right, in some instances, you might just simply say, when I think about a board, what's the vision? What's that ideal vision that's in the head? For me, I view that next level or that vision of what a board and the relationship between a board and a superintendent is, one in which there's an opportunity to interact individually with all 7 board members, but collectively, there's one voice that comes out. And I know that we are engaging in the beginning processes of a strategic plan, which will become our North Star that will help, I hope, and my belief and hope in that process is that it will solidify that voice. So when we talk about the board, it is one entity made up of seven individuals. And yeah, I can't put a better voice to it other than that it's going to be organic. It's going to come across as messy at times because it is 7 individuals putting their ideas forward, discerning it amongst the entire group with and without the superintendent in that mix, but then coming out with the best idea that helps canonize the vision of where we want to move the district, so that then as the superintendent, I engage all of the departments in the rest of the district to make that direction the actual destination for the district.
Thank you. Sean?
A couple different things. One, like I said, putting forth a strategic plan so that we do have a direction, laying down some foundational things that are missing in our district, working together. It is a political reality that board members quit. And so there were 4 board members left to follow our procedures to a point. And I do think that some of, when the 4 people get to pick who's going to be on the board, that's one part towards things being a different and climate and people working together. But there is an election in April. And so even as we cultivate and work from today till April, the reality is that things could change. But what we need to develop during this time period still are routine processes, protocols, norms, that whoever comes or whoever stays, that they're joining something that is working. Really, we're trying to build a foundation. And we look at where we're at after the pandemic, as we're still in the pandemic, but setting a foundation so that Beloit can be successful. Because the one way that I look at it is the longer it takes us to begin to get things right, that's how much longer we are delaying where we need to be. And the time is costly. Let's say learning to work together and building those spaces so that we change the narrative. One of the things that I will not shy away from, but sometimes, just because our society, how things are, people, we don't acknowledge the presence of race where things are at. And so growing up in Beloit, like I said, I'm 44 years old, that, we have a new dynamic in Beloit where we do have more Hispanic members in our community, that they were not here back in the day. We have more biracial students. But at one point in time, the paradigm in Beloit was black and white. And so sometimes when you say Beloit around the state, what people are acknowledging silently is that, yeah, there's black people there. Very proud of my heritage and who I am as a Beloiter. And so it's when we come to those moments where we recognize what our reputation is or what people say about us, that those things that are directly race-coded language, that we acknowledge that and not try to duck it or dodge, because we are proud of who we are in Beloit. The 6,500 students that we serve, their racial makeup, our economic level, because great things can come out of Beloit. And so that is the pride that we want to show forth in the work that we're doing. And we want to put community members on notice too, that be a part of the good things that are happening. Help promote those things positively. And if you are a community partner, be a partner. That's what Sean Levy thinks.
All right, great, thank you. What about Amy Levy?
Would you be so kind as to repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing what your hopes and expectations are for this board development journey in terms of becoming a higher performing board.
No, thank you. Mine are pretty simple. It's that we continue to keep student achievement at the center, and there are lots of pieces that need to continue or become better to make that happen, like building a climate and culture, the safety in our classroom, both physical and emotional, academic rigor, the retention of great staff, and the recruitment of more diverse, great staff. So those are things that I would like to see across the district. And what I would like to see for and from this board is a commitment, and I know some of my colleagues who've been here a minute might be tired of hearing this, but a commitment to show up every time prepared. I think that's how we honor the vote and the trust that was given to us, whether we were elected or appointed, to show up prepared, to review documents thoroughly, to have something of substance to contribute, because I think that's the expectation of our community, and hopefully it's the expectation that we have of each other collectively. I think this current board is doing a really great job of listening and speaking with each other, to being open to changing your position if you have heard a reasoned argument that makes sense from a perspective that is different from your own. And in some cases, standing your ground, even if you're the only one who is in support of that idea. I welcome both of those positions. I think this board is in a really great position to communicate without manipulation, without tantrum, and in a spirit of moving forward once a decision has been made. So that is exciting for me. And I'm just interested in learning from my colleagues, and like Greg mentioned, to do things differently, to gain different and better results for all of the kids, all of the educators in our district.
Great. Thank you, Amy.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat the question again.
Sure. What are your hopes or expectations for the development of this board so it becomes more high performing than it currently is? What would you like to see this group focus on from a development perspective?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that in the short time that I've been with this board, I've been very impressed with the level that they are on right now. I would like to bring to and add to that different perspective of our community, our students, our teacher, and our expectations for our students. I guess I'd have to say, to me, race does matter. And because of the diversity of our students in this district, we need to bring a diverse staff that sort of, if not equal, at least complement it, because it does make a difference to our students to see themselves in different roles and to know that that's the norm. And so that's one thing that I would like to see occur in the school district of Beloit. The Beloit School District has a lot of different classes let him lost for words, a lot of opportunities for our students, and I'm very impressed with that. And we have a great staff of teachers in Beloit. I've taught in the Beloit district, and so I've met them and know some of them personally. And my grandkids are in the district and have graduated from the district. And Beloit is a good district, and I just would like to add to and be a part of the growing and the opportunities that exist today that we can pass on to our students.
Great. Thank you, Joyce.
All right. So my hope and expectations for this process would be, I mean, we're already making good progress on communication and being able to standardize things and working together and stuff. I believe that as long as we keep on that progress or in that direction and making progress, that will probably be the key thing, because let's be honest, a majority of the things that happen would usually come down to miscommunication in some form. So just building up that ability to communicate to each other and know how to present something in a way that everyone understands. Just so that people listening and the people on the board, it's 100% clear on what's happening. And I know our board, it's very open. Everyone on this board is great to work with. So that I do know that if we do have questions, that they're more than willing to stop, answer your questions to make sure that that clarity has been achieved. So that would be the biggest thing that I would want, is just keep working towards that. Because, I mean, we got a great board so far, and everyone seems like they can work with each other pretty well.
Thanks.
All right. Well, I guess my hope for the future is that, similar to what Dan said, that, you know, we're an entity as a board, and we represent a lot of entities. We represent the community, we represent students, staff, the teachers, the community at large. I feel like I want to hear some of those voices we aren't hearing. I want to have, I want us to bring in those ones we're maybe missing. I want to bring them into our process more. I want to be able to reach out to those teachers or those community members or those students who feel like, hey, I think maybe I'm being left behind, or, things in this area aren't really working. I want us to be able to hear those voices and then discuss and, meet somewhere where we can help all of them do better, and as a community, evolve into a better district.
Okay. I guess this is probably, the last 3-4 years has been the best board that's here in the last couple decades. My first meeting that was here, it was great. We moved through things. We were in closed session and things got a little tense. We were talking about some pretty serious things. But we all had a chance that we started to laugh. We just, we broke the tension and then we got right back to work to do that. And just that ability to communicate and beginning to read each other is important. And I think that's just what we need to continue to work on, is listening to voices outside of the board and add that to the board voices, and continue to feel free to share ideas, whether anybody else likes them or not, because any idea helps prompt new thoughts or new ways to go. And so all things are important to do it. And just to continue to be able to talk together and to work through that process when we have differing ideas.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. I want to add a couple thoughts. First of all, I'm a summarizer, So I want to just sort of summarize back. I have the benefit of getting to go last and acknowledging the brilliance that my colleagues here have shared. So I just want to elevate the ideas that I heard about interacting individually to produce one voice, about our North Stars, iterated a couple of times about our strategic plan to build a functional foundation that our students certainly in our community deserve. Just centering on continuing to center on student achievement, contributing and being open to change, listening and speaking, standing where you need to stand and moving when you need to move, continuing to add to this impressive board and continuing to raise those expectations of each other so that we can kind of push the needle forward for everybody in our district. Continuing to make excellent progress for communication, hearing voices that we aren't hearing and bringing more people in, and certainly continuing our ability to communicate and produce new ideas are all things that I wholeheartedly agree with. One tangential comment I'd like to make before I make my own contribution is that when we were introducing each other, I didn't I didn't get real into my background, and I just want to say, after listening to my colleagues speak about our deep love and commitment to this district and this community. I'm originally from Buffalo Grove, Illinois. I graduated from Adelie East Stevenson High School, which was just recently ranked the number 6 high school in Illinois. It's like one of the top high schools in the country. And as an educator at Beloit Memorial High School, I had the opportunity to go back as a professional and visit some of my former teachers, do some professional development there. So I can firmly and in well-informed ways state that the only difference between the quality of education at Beloit Memorial High School, where I taught, and at Stevenson High School, this highly ranked high school, is a few zeros on their property taxes. The excellence that I've seen in our district is absolutely commensurate with what I've seen in these other kind of high-performing districts. We have such a gifted group of educators, and I am so, I'm a transplant to Beloit. I'm here very much by choice, and my investment in this district is my 3 daughters, my 9-year-old, my 6-year-old, and my 3-year-old, and I expect to see them all graduate as Purple Knights in Beloit because I'm so proud of our district and what we have to offer. And it's really from the bottom of my heart that I feel so humbled to be able to serve on this board to kind of move that forward. And I wish everybody could have the vision. I wish everybody in our community and all over the place could see Beloit the way that I see it and what our district has to offer. So having said that, I guess when I first wrote down when you asked the question, my hopes and expectations is that we are vision-driven to be equitably accountable to, as a board, accountable to ourselves, to our students, and to community wellness through our kind of humility and collaboration, which I think is very much what I've experienced on this board. So I'd like to kind of continue that work.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments on the comments? Okay. All right. Thank you for that. That gives me some sense of this, and it also reaffirms the decision we made to do what we want to do for the rest of the evening, and which I realize is less than an hour. But we've allocated some time to do what I think is important, which is to get to know each other better, especially since some of us are so new to this group. And that is building your collective commitments or your norms, as I think Sean used the term. And tonight we want us to start the process, because I have found in working with boards, there's some iterations to go through to create these norms. And tonight we'll start and we'll do some Post-it notes and get some initial concepts up here shortly. But to frame this up, I would like to draw your attention to a document that I sent to Dan, who sent to you, and it's referred to as Norms of Collaboration. And I'd like to talk about this document. And as I do so, I'm going to ask you, when we're through going through this, to Imagine that someone who really knows you well were looking at these things, and which of these things they would say you do well, of these 7. And then there's the flip side, right? Which of these things, these behaviors, are something that you could probably get better at, right? So I want us just to walk through, take a little bit of time to walk through this. And then I'm going to ask each of you to say, well, you know, now that I look at these, this is the one that most people would say I do well. And this is the one they'd say is my, quote, opportunity, right, as they say. So let's just take a look at this document. And again, this is from the Adaptive Schools organization, which I suspect some of you are familiar with. I think is a great learning institution in terms of the concepts. And when I first saw this, I looked at this and I go, well, of course, we know these things. And in fact, that's what based on research in multiple fields, when you look at the effectiveness of any group, a board of education, a church council, a corporation, a board of directors, a group in charge of YMC or YWCA here in Beloit, fill in the blank. When any group gets together, research has shown that these are the most important behaviors that contribute to a high-performing group. And that's why it's called a norm of collaboration. These are just general things that are effective. And that's different from what you are going to create tonight, which is your collective commitment. Because whereas these are norms I could say any group should practice to, your collective commitments are what you believe are most important for this group to function at the highest level. And we're going to create that after we do a quick flyover of this, okay? So as we do this flyover, think about what would your friend who, maybe it's not your friend, what would someone who knows you well, says you do really well, and where's your quote opportunity, okay? Now, let's make a comment as you look at this. You may look at these and go, whoa, yeah, of course, these are, we know these things are true. But there's a difference between knowing them and doing them. And my experience with most groups is they know these things to be true, but if they look in the mirror, reality is they do not necessarily do them. So maybe this is a refresher for you. Maybe there's some new concepts here. Whatever it is, it's a chance for you to look into a mirror and think about your behavior. And so here's the premise that I operate on. There's no such thing as group behavior. Okay? What we do have is all group behavior results from decisions and actions that you as an individual make. So when people talk about this group is functional or dysfunctional or everything in between, the question is, well, what are the behaviors that individuals are exhibiting that's contributing to that state, functional or otherwise? And when individual choices that people make about these behaviors align in productive patterns, groups generate better results. That's where I come from on this. That's where most research that I'm familiar with comes from on this. So in other words, when we think about how can I contribute, you contribute to a productive board, the question then is, what are the behaviors you will embrace and demonstrate consistently? And if you do them together, the potential of this group is enormous. Any group is enormous. Okay? So let me just make a couple comments about these and keep these things in mind as you think about that person who knows you. Let's take a look, for example, at the concept of pausing. we've probably all been introduced to that concept, right? Pause, because thinking takes time, and high-level thinking takes even more time. And most research suggests that for you and I as human beings to process high-level thinking probably takes between 3 and 5 seconds. Now, how often do people really pause and listen and consider someone's point of view and process it before they speak? Hunch, a lot less time, right? People line up, they're queuing up to already say what they're going to say before you're even done saying it, right? I mean, we know this to be true, right? I mean, it's just, call it human nature, whatever, but it's not a good pattern, is the bottom line, and what research shows. That if you're in the business of dealing with high-level thinking, which you are as a board of education, this isn't just chit-chat, kind of thing. This is processing and dealing with content. We need to pause and really assimilate and think about it before we speak. Now, the dynamics are, in most groups, and I suspect this is one, there are some people who speak to think. Call them extroverts, call them whatever colors, models you want to use, and personalities. And then there are those who need more time to process things before they speak. And when you get the extremes of those people in the same room, you see clashes. You get the extrovert going, well, why doesn't Joyce speak up? My goodness, she's quiet. Doesn't she have anything to say about it? And Joyce is going, I'm processing this. I'm thinking about this, because when I speak, you're going to hear a thoughtful response. And then someone else maybe look at someone, boy, she's always talking, she's always speaking, doesn't she ever listen? And so you have that clash. And this isn't a right or wrong personality, if you will. It's just different ways of doing it. But understanding and respecting those differences, to me, is a really important process. So thinking about the act of pausing after a question is asked. Pause before people respond, right? After someone speaks, instead of jumping right in, thinking about what you just learned from that individual. And as a group, sometimes just agreeing to take a collective pause before you begin sharing different perspectives and opinions. So this concept of pausing, it begins a very productive pattern which leads to some of the other things, such as paraphrasing and asking good questions. That is probably why it's number one on this list, because there's so many other different things that spin off of good pausing. Okay? So, we'll continue the journey here, but I just want to say a couple things about these. And again, think about that person who knows you. They say, this is something you're really good at, or maybe not. You just play with that concept. Paraphrasing, already talked about that. This is one of the most valuable and also one of the least used communications tools that happens. And there's different types of paraphrasing. One is just paraphrasing to acknowledge that you understand a point of view. Sean, I just want to make sure I understand what you said. You're concerned about the budgeting process and ways to get early input on it. Is that what the major, I'm just using, yeah, that's correct, Drew, that's good. Or, no, that's not exactly my main point. Oh, good, open up the door, talk to me more, make sure I understand it. So that's one type of paraphrasing. The other type of paraphrasing is listening for themes and containers. So we actually had a good example of that just tonight when Megan, before she offered her points of view, provided her summary comments. Did you notice that? She says, here are some things that I've heard, some major buckets of things that occurred to me. That was a paraphrasing activity which helped to summarize what she heard from 6 other people before she contributed a comment. And in groups, there's usually someone who's really good at that. And that may be Megan, I'm not sure, I don't know her that well. But people who are really good at helping us put things together before we move forward. That's a paraphrasing activity. And the other type of paraphrasing activity is when you shift to another level of thinking. Back to the budgeting. So a major goal here may be to redefine fairness in the budgeting process and compare those criteria to the operating values of the school. So it's taking concepts and moving it up this next ladder of understanding, which then is a bridge to open up discussion. So that's another concept of paraphrasing. So think about that as a key skill. Okay? Posing questions. This, if you go back to the work, some of you may be familiar with the work of Stephen Covey. Seek first to understand, then be understood. That's the concept there. Is ask questions to understand a point of view before we state what we think is truth or correct, a perspective. So how we pose questions is, we know, an important skill for anybody who functions in a group. And how we inquire is as important as the topic of inquiry. Does your question cause others to be defensive, or does it keep concepts open and stimulate thinking, as an example? So full attention to the speaker when you're listening is an important point. Having what's called an approachable voice. It's the whole package. Are you perceived as being interrogative? What do you mean by that, Spencer? What are you saying to us here? You've repeated yourself several times. What do you got here? You can imagine that. What's the reaction when I position it that way? Versus saying, Spencer, maybe you could give a couple of examples that would help me understand that, and what you with me? It's just a different tone, the package, if you will. Having a tentative language. Is it possible? Might it be? What are some options? It seems to me, as a preface to a question, sets a different kind of tone than saying, well, Megan, you obviously have a different opinion here, so what's your issue? Right? I mean, that's a question, but it's not a very good one. It causes defensiveness, right? And of course, open-ended questions that can't be answered just yes or no. But we're looking at things that will. Sorry?
Can you explain that a little bit more? Questions that can't just be answered yes or no?
Yeah. Well, can you, did you, will you, are you? Yes or no, as opposed to, maybe you could help us understand some possibilities of how that might happen. So giving a platform for a person to explain themselves, not necessarily commit to yes or no.
So when asking a question, if I ask you a question, not to frame it so like saying in dialogue, if I'm asking you a question, don't frame the question so that the only answer you can give is yes or no, because then that doesn't give you room to expand. Are you saying not to do that? Like, it is like not a framing the questions where the person answering can only say yes or no is limiting their ability to communicate with you?
Yes, and it doesn't expand thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, it just, a dichotomous answer, yes, no, that's it. But if I were to say, what are some possibilities for how we might look at that, as opposed to, do you agree that we should do this or not? It's just another way of expanding thinking.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so that's a couple comments about posing questions. Keep that in mind as we do that. A couple more thoughts. Putting ideas on the table. Ideas are at the heart of group work, right? That's what we're here. Possibilities. And when ideas are owned by an individual, Others tend to sometimes interact with the speaker based on the relationship with that person, not the quality of the idea. So if that's Megan's idea, and we go, well, that's another comment by Megan's idea, and maybe I'm not clicking with Megan, I'm going to probably miss the importance of the idea because it's Megan, you know, I'm not a Megan fan right now, right? So, but here's another comment from Megan. So it gets in the way, it clouds us. So putting ideas on the table in a way that it's an idea, it's not just, oh, that's Greg. That's just typical Greg, right? So how we put ideas on the table and using tentative language. Here is one possible approach. Another consideration that we might think about includes, opens the door again. A couple comments, providing data. Data have no meaning on their own, right? I mean, it's just information. But it's the result of the human interaction with the data. And some of the data is qualitative. I've noticed a lot of groups say, well, what's the data? What are the numbers? Great. But the qualitative data also exists. And sometimes it is qualitative data, stories, for example, or experiences that people have that resonate even more than numbers. Well, reading scores are up 6%. Okay. Well, here are a couple of stories. And in fact, we've invited the teachers in tonight to talk about how this reading curriculum has changed the ability of our students to read more effectively. Tell us the stories, right? So think about, you know, how we provide that data and the kind of questions we talk about. Last two I'll just mention. Paying attention to self and others. Well, first, all the things that we've just said is being aware of yourself and your patterns, your behavior. But the other is just the awareness of nonverbal communications. Gestures, facial expressions, voice, pitch, volume, tone. Some people are very aware of who they are and how they come across, and others don't get it or haven't had the opportunity to get it. So when Amy did her introduction, she shed some of her perspective of how she comes across in terms of being direct, to the point, and so on. Now, whether that's accurate or not, I don't know, but she has a self-perception of that. And according to Sean's gesture, that would suggest that she's probably accurate, right? You with me, Amy? Yeah.
No bait and switch.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
No bait and switch.
Yeah, yeah. But that's a self-awareness, being aware of how a person comes across and being, you know, and what's the impact of that persona, your persona, is important for us. And the last thing is presuming positive intent. You know, most people don't join a group with a desire to cause disruption and chaos and move a group to ineffective behaviors. Most people join a group just as for the reasons you stated of why you joined this group. It's with positive intent, but sometimes in conflict, different perspectives. That original thinking about why a person is here and what he or she has to offer gets lost. And sometimes our questions show that. So does anybody know why our kids aren't learning? Any ideas what's going on here? Well, that's not a real positive framing of that, right? There's many other ways we could do that to still get at a robust conversation. But so that's an important part, the research has shown, to group behaviors and effective groups. All right, so I wanted to share this document as a starting point, because there's actually quite a bit to unpack in each of these, but I just kind of, so I'd like now to go back to you. This person that knows you well, they're looking at you, they're looking at these 7 things, and they're probably saying what? Which one of these do you do well? and let's focus most of our attention on that. But what's also maybe they would say, you know, this is an area that he or she could maybe pay a little more attention to. Who'd like to start? Great.
All right, so I always hear this from a couple of teachers I previously had, like even talking to them recently. It was probably something that I do frequently is pausing. If you ever watch our meetings, usually before a very controversial topic comes up for us to vote on, and we do a roll call vote, you see me sit there and I'll hesitate because I'm still trying to process that information at that second, trying to just take every possible second I can to digest, to make sure that I know that the information I took in or I'm making the best decision I possibly can with the information I took in. But also to the flip side of it, the thing that I'd probably need, that they would say that I would need more work on, is probably the putting ideas out on the table. With being on the flip side of pausing, is that because I'm sitting there trying to listen to everything people are putting out there, that I tend to sit there and be quiet for the majority of the meetings. I know people have made comments before about me just sitting there quietly, but it's the way I'm sitting there trying to digest that information before I put that question on the table. And sometimes there's a lot of information going around, so it takes me a while to get that question or putting the idea out on the table for other people. But I think that I do a fairly decent job at putting that idea out there when I actually come to that point, but I don't think I do it frequently enough sometimes.
Okay.
But I am working on it, so I'm trying to do better.
Great.
I agreed with your comment before that if one person thinks by talking and the other one thinks by processing quietly, it makes for an interesting discussion. I mean, that's my wife and I as we talk. I think I try to do a fairly good job of pausing and thinking about it before I speak. But I really don't do paraphrasing. At least not out loud. I may try to do that in my head, but again, then that's my processing and not what you might be thinking. And am I getting that right? So that would be one area I need to work on.
Great, thank you. Allison?
Okay, well, I love to provide data. Whether it be qualitative or quantitative, I like to put that on the table. I also feel like I am pretty good at paraphrasing and posing questions. I am one of them type of people, though, that I don't have a good poker face. Like, if I'm thinking something, it's usually all right here. So that can be taken both good and bad by people. So I think I probably should work on that.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if I'd call it just pausing. Even becoming new to this board, I'm the kind of person that sits back maybe one or two board meetings and I pay attention to how everyone conducts themselves, the things they say, not necessarily the things they say, but how they say them. And after about one or two board meetings, I put it all together and then I feel comfortable or I'm more aware of how I should now conduct myself. And I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but that's what I do. So I've been paying close attention to others and just our approach to the agenda items and just a variety of things. And then once I feel comfortable, I join in, hopefully and probably adding to the mix, but I just sort of wait a bit. I would like to say that, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I have noticed that 3 board members have impressed me in the way that they have paraphrased, posed questions, put ideas on the table, provided data. I mean, I've just been really impressed with this board while I've sat back to observe and find my place. And I just wanted to say that. I won't call any names.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Joyce.
I think the people that know me would say that I'm good at paying attention to myself and others. I am aware of my nonverbals because I'm not trying to hide anything. It is, Allison, kind of like what you said, like, I don't have a poker face because I'm not playing poker. And with our mask and all you have is our eyes, I'm feeling what I'm feeling, and I'm not trying to hide it. But back to the teacher in me and the caretaker, because I am working in a group, I am trying to understand the people that I'm in a group with, and understanding what's the best way to communicate with them so that we achieve a level where we can work together. Also, I think that people who know me, when it says, what do you need to improve on, I would say number 7, presuming positive intentions. And I'll say that because it's easy to assume positive intentions when you're dealing with people who have done you no harm to begin with. But when you are dealing with people who are intentionally doing you harm, no, I am not assuming that your intentions are positive, because you have already proven to me that they are not. And I'm not conflict averse. You know, when I say I'm 44, I highlight that because, like, when I was 12, you think about being black and growing up in the 1990s as a young black male, and things are said like, well, young black men don't live to be age 21. Well, I'm 44 now. And I say that very seriously, that to live and move in the world, and even to live and move in the world as a young black man in Beloit, to go other places and do things, and to have an existence and a being, and to be a father and a husband, I'm not turning a blind eye and assuming positive intentions when language is flowery, but I know that people's intentions toward me and mine are not positive. So in that space, we can get on very well, but if there's conflict, I'm not running from the conflict. And that is that space, and you give people room to let you know where they're at. But we will have conflict if you want to have conflict. And that is what happened in some other iterations of this board that I served on.
Thank you. Amy?
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. All right. My other device was dying, so I had to switch. All right. I'm terrible at pausing. So I think anyone who knows me well would agree with that. I'm pretty good with paraphrasing and asking questions like, if I understood you correctly, and then checking for confirmation, like, is that accurate? So I do a good job with paraphrasing. Posing questions, I think, goes along with the manner in which I paraphrase. I would give myself an A in that category. Putting ideas on the table, I am definitely not shy about. I am a trained scientist, so I'm a big fan of data, both quantitative and qualitative. I think I do a good job of paying attention to myself, and I am less great at paying attention to others. And I appreciate that that's on the list, because just in the spirit of transparency, my thought process is I'm not responsible for what others think and do. So it's not really my responsibility to pay attention to them. I need to be responsible and pay attention and be in tune with myself and the energy that I'm bringing. So I appreciate that that is on the list because it gives me a different perspective. As far as presuming positive intent, I think I'm really good at that until you show me that your intentions are not positive. I'm of the Maya Angelou school, where when people show me who they are, I believe them the very first time, and I govern myself accordingly. But the other thing about me is it really doesn't matter how I feel about you or if I have any feelings about you at all, because I know how to be an adult professional. So I am here to assist with executing the district's business, and I'm able to do that regardless of feelings or positive and or negative interactions with others. I mean, I'm hoping for the best, but if that doesn't happen, that's not going to stop me from functioning.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're back to me again. So I would say pausing is the thing I want to work on the most, because I am a talk my way through my thinking style person. I'm a much more concise writer than I am a speaker. So a lot of times I get very engaged in the discussion and very enthusiastic. And so I want to burst out with stuff and I want to talk my way through it. But that I think is often, I'm very self-conscious about that because I think it's counterproductive to efficiency and making sure there's space for everybody. So that's something that I've tried to be more deliberate about. So that's my biggest needs improvement. And I would say probably my greatest strength on here is presuming positive intention. I am probably to a fault overly empathetic, and I will find a way to find my way into somebody else's perspective and feelings on something, even if they're diametrically opposed to my own, because I think that helps me build understanding. And I truly value hearing and understanding where everybody's coming from, because I know that my views are limited, right? So I think that I'm really maybe too much into presuming positive intentions, but I think that it's something that I think part of being on this board for the last 3 years, it's definitely provided a lot of personal growth there, and it's something that I want to continue to grow in, and how to appropriately presume those positive intentions.
Thanks, Megan.
So as I was reflecting on the norms of collaboration, I'm a natural person who reflects a lot. I'm definitely a wonderer, so I feel others would say pausing and giving that space is something I do well. I would put myself as posing questions in both a strength as well as a weakness, in that from a space of wondering and trying to determine what is possible, I will ask questions in that vein. But asking questions to clarify and get and distill exactly the understanding of what we're trying, what is it that we're actually trying to discuss or discern, is an area that I need to work on. And I would also add on to that, providing the data and making sure that I'm always providing either the data that is requested or providing the stories and the narratives that go along with that. So those would be the areas that I would want to see more growth in myself, and I would think others would say as well.
Okay. All right. Good. So we spent the time on this because I think it sets if nothing else, it's just a good reminder about the behaviors we exhibit in a group and which ones really help a group perform. And again, there's no such thing as group behavior. It's all choices that you make about what behaviors you exhibit, and self-awareness kind of starts that process. So I think keeping this in mind as we think about how this becomes an even higher performing group. To me, this is foundational to where we start. So, any comments on this?
Yeah, I will quote a former board president, John Winkleman, and just say that, yeah, it's all about relationships. I think that was one of the best contributions he made when he was on our board, is that it's always got to be relationship focused, because with students and learning, relationships are centered on that. And, you know, how we interact as a board, it's all about the relationships. And to Amy's point, the professional relationships that we build with each other are what's important, right? Like, we're here to bring our professional perspectives and behaviors and to execute those professional relationships in order to provide that culture of excellence and continuous improvement. So I appreciate you saying that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Can you summarize that last part? I stepped out because I haven't seen Phil and his wife in a while. So so if you could say that last part, I was walking in about the last part of it's our choices as individuals, our behavior.
Yeah, I was repeating something that I said on the front end of this discussion, that it's choices each of us make on how we interact. And it's not, well, this is, you know, the others are problematic kind of thing. It's like, no, we all have to make some choices about which of these we exhibit. So I was just repeating what we had said. So, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm aware of the time, but so here I'd like to then position this next exercise that in theory we started about an hour ago. But we've had such good discussion. And that is the start of our journey to identify your collective commitment. So again, I want to differentiate. Norms of collaboration apply to any group. Collective commitments is this group's commitments to what behaviors you will exhibit, excuse me, based on the knowledge of the people and your history, and you know what makes this group function. So that's the concept of collective commitments. So I want to just briefly start the discussion that we're going to expand on significantly when we meet next time. And the framing question, as you can see in the agenda, is what behaviors and processes will lead to highly effective discussions and high-quality decisions so that every student achieves their full potential. So we're focusing on this as a group and asking you the question, what do you believe are the behaviors and processes that will help this group have more effective discussions and resulting in higher quality decisions? So that's the framing question for this. And we will, when we're done with this discussion, not tonight, but tonight we're going to start it, end up with a document that captures your collective commitments. Now, I could hand out a document to you right now that says, well, this is what the Kimberly School District Board of Education thinks about this, right? You know, or just up the street, the Bellevue School District, what they think of this, the Marinette School District, and so on. But then that's their commitments. So you need to create your own commitments to what kind of processes and behaviors. So I'm going to give you a gift to start this process. And the gift is to help yourself to 8-10 pieces of that large sticky piece of paper. And don't worry, we're not going to be here much later. So don't. I'm framing this up.
This board goes to 10 o'clock. Don't worry about that.
This is an early night.
Right. Early night for us.
That's chat and.
So help yourself to a number of those and the color of your choice. And help yourself to a Sharpie pen. Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
All right. And what I'm going to ask you to do tonight is take some time right now and write down a behavior or a process, one per sticky, as many as you want, that you think, if practiced regularly, would lead to higher quality discussions and more effective decisions as a board. So let me just make a couple of comments. Right horizontally, the sticky side is up, right? And write as many as you want for now. And we're just going to get started on this process of seeing what other people are writing, comparing them to yours, and ultimately, we're going to end up with a list of X number that are this board's of education's commitments. And Amy, maybe you could, text them to Dan?
I send her a message. She can type her ideas into the chat, and I'll copy them onto post it.
Okay. And so here's my thinking, is we're just going to get a couple up and take a look at it for tonight. And then between now and when we meet together, I'd like you to spend some more time writing on these pieces of paper those behaviors or processes that you think will lead this group to better quality discussions and decisions. And I recommend that these be not just brief statements, but a sentence that actually describes them, right?
Oh, okay.
So this is a high-performing group, digging in right away, which is great, but I have found that ultimately it's a sentence that describes a behavior or a process. So I said tonight we would start this process. Let me show you how this might play out, starting tonight and into next time. I'd like to invite each of you independently, just take two of the things you've written and put them up here on the board, any place you want. And again, this will be kind of a microcosm of what we'll be doing later, but go ahead and post those if you will. Each of you can put two. Just posting.
One at a time, or just one
Just put two of them up there, Sean, and you can place the watch. Everybody else will do the same. We got Dan doing double duty for himself and for Amy. Okay. So I'm just going to read these. We'll just have them wash over you as thoughts, and then we'll just make some quick observations. We agreed to 9:15 as a time, so this is going over about 5-10 minutes. Center on high expectations for equitable student achievement for every child. Operate with integrity, ethics, and transparency. Each member express his or her experience with the issue before the board to determine the mindset. Intellectual curiosity. Set aside time to evaluate each other and help the growth of the board as a unit. Meet with teachers, staff face-to-face. Meet with community in a less formal setting. Find innovative ways to increase family involvement. School board members should visit and spend time in one or more school buildings observing students and teachers. Come prepared to the meeting. Be on time. Read and understand material, a variety of ideas. Be aware of my emotions and others. Willingness to learn. Lean into uncomfortable conversations that will produce growth. Make sure everyone has a chance to talk. The act of slowing down. Board development should become a cornerstone of Board of Education practices and even invite candidates to participate in development activities. Decision-making models like satisfying should be explored to guide us in our work. So these are two of maybe many ideas that you have that essentially will become information that will start to shape your collective commitments. And these will be transcribed for each of you, so this is where we start. and then you'll be encouraged to write others, just as you already have, but maybe continue that process. So when we think about collective commitments, think about these are things that we can and should do in order to become a higher performing board. So these are things that you do as a group. And some of these are very, specific kind of things. Set aside time to evaluate each other and help the growth of the board as a unit. Okay, you can imagine that kind of thing happening. Making sure everyone has a chance to talk. That goes back to some of those norms of collaboration, inviting others, posing questions, and so on. Coming prepared to meetings. Amy mentioned that as part of her introduction. That's important for people to come prepared, use time wisely, variety of ideas, and so on and so forth. There are some ideas that are up here that I think are good practices that maybe occur outside of the board. So these are collective commitments when we are functioning as a board. So think about those. Well, we'll work with those concepts when we get together. But there might be some of these that are good practices that are things to keep in mind, but it may not be behaviors or practices when we come together. An example that might be, find innovative ways to increase family involvement. I'll just use that as an example. That might be something that's important as part of your planning activities, but that wouldn't necessarily apply to when this group gets together, unless you're talking about family involvement in board meetings. You with me? I'm just using that as an example. So I just want to make that discernment of those. So this is an initial take of what we will continue to do, and then using the variety of ideas, because this is probably a quarter, maybe a third of what you might come up with ultimately. And then we start looking for patterns or themes in these, which then make its way into 6, 8, 10, I don't know, commitments that you believe are most important to contribute to the effectiveness of this group. So let me just pause. I just kind of did a lot of words at you there. Comments on, or questions that you might have on where we're going with this as a product.
I see where we're going, and I see the benefit for the group. I know I should stay in the moment, but I'm also focusing past. But like I said, from what I put down is that I think that this should continue. And like I said, just even as the election was in April, people were elected, and then things started changing. And so like the group work was thought of in August, but it still would take time till we got to today to have everyone seated. But I think that, even as the group continues to change, since this is something we're doing now, for any reason that the group change, I think we do need more than just doing our process, our board policy to replace. We have to stop and ground again and start off with, here we are, you people on this journey.
Yeah, so a couple things that you just triggered for me, Sean, is to the point you made earlier, superintendents and board members will come and go. But, what is the rock, the foundation? The plan calls it a North Star, it's a vision. Visions rarely change when personalities come and goes, because that still keeps us moving forward. I would also like to suggest that collective commitments are usually foundational to the group, but when personalities come, it's part of your new board orientation process. saying, here's our commitments. We're interested in if you have any additions, or if, in fact, 2 years from now, you've got 7 different people or a majority, it's a time to probably re-up these commitments because they don't reflect the people on the board anymore necessarily. It's unlikely that they'll be totally different, but there will be nuances. And it's just a healthy exercise. And the other thing that will come up is, what process will you use to evaluate yourself? So you can come up with a lot of commitments, but the question is, what's your accountability? You expect this guy to be accountable. He expects his team to be accountable for certain results. Teachers are expected to be accountable for certain things. Students are expected to be accountable. What's your accountability to each other? And that's another discussion that we'll have as well. What process do you want to use for doing that? How often do you do it? How important is that to you? Those are the kind of questions that this spins off as well.
Right, we have used that school perceptions as our board accountability, but I think the other part where I'm getting to more about, like where we're at now, is that I think that, you know, we have to make a commitment to relationships. And this is about the intentionality of the relationships. Because we're gonna do the things that we're, you know, statutorily required to do, but to do something like what we're doing now is a commitment to the relationships, knowing that like you said, superintendent, board members, all these things can change. But like in Beloit, since we, you know, I got up because I wanted to make sure my relationship with those people that I haven't seen in a while because of all this COVID stuff. Hey, I know you're here all night. Let me let you know I see you. Our relationships were 7 people working together, or 8. I think that, you know, it's a space where this is Beloit, these are our community values, that we're not just going to be on a board and do the work. That's a vacuum task. We're task oriented, but there's a vacuum where the relationships are not right and it causes the work not to get done. So we're saying that we'll make a commitment to relationships so that work can get done.
Great, thank you. So what I'd like to suggest, as I said it before, is individually give some more thought to behaviors and process. You'll have access to this. And literally write some more Post-it notes. Give it some time. Think about it. And then we'll have a process, and I'll debrief with Dan about what exactly is the most efficient process of how we get that information out, how we talk about it, how we look for themes, how we take the concepts and eventually put them into a document. And then some of these other questions, like how do we evaluate ourselves and how does that all work, et cetera. So those are some things in the next iteration. Questions on where we're going as we start to think about drawing this discussion to a close?
I just have just a final thought. Like, I'm just so excited to create this with all of you. I think this is a wonderful exercise that's going to really bring us together and hopefully, like, you know, Allie, you were saying earlier, help to draw the community in to this very critical work that we're doing. And it's one thing, you know, to go about the business of the board, but to be able to sit down and create space to be creative together, to establish that common vision is something that I'm just swelling with excitement for right now. So I just needed a swelling. So I just needed to put that out there. Yeah.
That's good. Okay, good. So we have established a date, I believe, and I don't know if it was mentioned when we talked about the date calendar tonight.
It was the last one. So December 14th, it'll be posted as a regular board business meeting, but that's our space that we've created to revisit this exercise and work with you.
All right. So we'll continue this journey at the very least as part of that process.
And it's perfectly placed because it's the last board meeting before winter break.
Oh, all right. Christmas cookies. Got it. All right. Or whatever you want to go, yeah. All right, how about one sentence maximum from each of you about how you're feeling about what we accomplished, our conversation tonight? Good. I'm gonna let you think about it. Okay? But Allison's ready.
Yeah.
Microphone. All right, I'm hopeful. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to collaborating with all of you to build better relationships.
Okay,
All right, who's next?
fight over it.
Again, hopeful, and I feel more comfortable going through the process.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Excited.
All right, Spencer's ready.
I would say I'm excited about the progress that we're going to be doing. One of my favorite saying is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And I know this transition is going to be smooth or slow, but it's going to be smooth, which means that later down the line, it'll be a faster thing and we'll be able to be more efficient together.
Great.
I like what we are doing for ourselves and modeling for our community.
Amy?
Invested.
All right.
I feel like I said mine already, but I feel exhilarated and I'm just excited because I know that when I'm self-reflective, I think that's when I'm my best self. And since we're an entity of many into one, I think that being reflective is going to make us our best self collectively. And again, bringing the community and everybody into that, I'm excited.
In reflecting on just what was posted on there, sense of curiosity as to where we're going to go next with it. So it's a sense of wonder and joy.
Great. Good. All right. We good for the evening?
Thank you so much.
All right, my pleasure. I look forward to our work together in general and our next meeting in particular. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Lots of gratitude to you and your work, and thank you for leading us through this evening, and we look forward to working with you as well. So at this time, would somebody, I don't have the time on me, hang on a second. It is 9:35. Would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn? Okay, motion by Semro. Second by Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
You can keep it. Oh, okay. And fill out those right.
You have been removed from the call.
Bring it back. All right.
Goodbye.
Do you want the rest of the Post-its that we've written
No, keep those.
Keep those.
Yeah, the blank ones I'll take. You bet. Yes.